January 24th, 9 a.m. It is the day of sharing at the sharing table. I'm hyped for today. Really hyped. I am curious to see what kind of things take place, what kind of conversations, what kind of energies can be exchanged. Yeah. It's Dungeons and Dragons, which I know nothing about. Yeah, literally nothing. And exploration, social interaction, and creativity are the things that came up as meaningful words in regards to this discourse. Yeah, the person who sent me this email gave me a really long, kind of thought out, eloquent response about why this is something that means a lot to them. And people voted for it. So here we are. People decided that it was like important to talk about things like, or they were at least excited or interested or something. I don't know what you people wanted. Okay, I do not know. Yeah. So getting that sunflower in the photo. Yeah. I know it's gonna be it's gonna be a slow start, like it is most mornings. But I'm here. I'm here to talk about these things. Hopefully someone shows up in a little while and we can get going. I'm just kind of chilling here until that happens. Yeah. So we're here this morning, killing it. Here to talk about these things, these ideas, these. I don't even know where to start with all. It's like it seems so limited because I don't know anything about Dungeons and Dragons, but then so potentially full of points of departure and relationships other people could make. Yeah, I don't know what all you are gonna feel and think and want to say about any of this. Yeah, I have no idea. That's part of this, right? Part of this whole sharing project is me not knowing, and you showing me something, and maybe showing other people something. This isn't just about me. Damn, that'd be weird. I think I've been at the airport every single day of sharing. Yeah, that sounds about right. Except for the day. Well, yeah, you were on your way here. One of them. That's pretty funny. Welcome, Dungeons and Dragons 1. Exploration, social interaction, and creativity are our points of departure. Do any of these words matter to you? Which ones? Why? I don't know. Yeah. I don't know anything about Dungeons and Dragons, and I don't know how many times I'm gonna say that today. Probably a lot. Probably gonna say that a lot today. If you can see, we got a new feature. We got a new feature up here. The chat is gonna cover my face at some point. It'll go 30 messages deep, and it'll stay there. Yeah, it's gonna be amazing. We have live chat on screen. We are technologically moving along with the world. Yeah, I don't know what I'm gonna do with this. I have no idea. It won. You fuckers voted for it. A revolt? No. I mean, I'm not against that. I mean, I don't even know what that would mean. I don't know anything about Dungeons and Dragons, but like, I'm hoping the prompts of exploration, social interaction, creativity help move people. Like, what do these words mean to you? Have you ever played Dungeons and Dragons? If you haven't, What kind of activities do you do for exploration, social interaction? How do you bridge the gap between these three things? Obviously, we can separate each one of them, and we probably all do things that involve each of those, but how do we really, if Dungeons and Dragons is something this person found that merges all these things together, how do we interact with those things, and are they important to interact with to you? Do you find it important to do these things? Yeah, I don't know. If you don't, what do you find important? This is a day to bounce off and around the Dungeons and Dragons. Don't get burnt. Don't get trapped. Yeah, I don't know what we're gonna talk about today. We're gonna start a revolving me sitting here for 8 hours game, drinking lots of water. Yeah. Anyone who's here, I know Dan's here, but if Dan wants to chime in, he can. Yeah. I think it sums up D&D pretty well. Exploration in the world of D&D, literal exploration. Also, you can see people you know pretty well, differently under different roles, kind of exploration of your friends. Okay, different ways of exploring your friends. Different modes of expression for your friends, yeah. Dynamic friendship. Is it important to have friends? Is it important to know your friends? I don't know. These are questions that come out. There's millions of questions that come out of this. Millions. Have you played D&D, Dan? Have you done this? Have you D&D'd? Can you be our initial D&D inaugurate, even if you're a rookie DDer? Fuck friends. That's probably true. That's probably yeah. No. Friends are hard. They're hard to have. QED. Better to share with strangers than friends, am I right? Better. Just better. Have you played D&D though? Have you? I think the lag's a little better. I think we're getting better with the whole like chat lag thing. I'm a rookie D&Der. D&Der. Yeah. Tell me about your D&D experience and all of its rookie limitations. You'll be my start for the day. You're starting me strong. You understand how lonely this is. I really do like you a lot, though. Do not kiss your friends. It makes things complicated sometimes. I wouldn't know. Don't at me. Yes, I made a guy. You made a guy. Okay, tell me about that. You make guys. Hold on. Yeah, holding. You're the only one here, so I'm holding forever. Brunor Strongarm. Whoa, okay. That's a name. Brunor Strongarm. I'm into it. It sounds like the right choice, honestly. What kind of character was he? Like, how does that work? Like, I literally know nothing about this game. I'm not playing naive for fun. I literally don't know anything. I know dice are involved, and I know people get together, and it's very creative in that you kind of define the story yourself, and there's a dungeon master who kind of decides whether the choices you're making are valid or not in the space. That's about all I know. I had to throw my pen away. Don't yell at me. I'm feeling very creative this morning. I made a flag already for Brunor Strongarm. That's his country flag as far as I'm concerned. I don't know if you can see it that well, but that's going to be Brunor Strongarm's flag right there. I'm very creative, but I'm going to actually edit it a little bit. I've got a few more ideas. I think his flag is going to grow as the day goes on. Brunor Strongarm's flag is in progress. D&D. Exploration, social interaction, creativity. People voted for this. I don't know anything about D&D. Help me. He was a hill dwarf. Hill dwarf. He was. Did he die? He lived with his clan, the biggest in a 500-kilometer radius. But one day a rival clan teamed up with a few smaller ones and attacked. He was out collecting meat for the week, and his entire clan was slaughtered. Holy shit. Wow. Sorry, Brunor. RIP. Flag revision 1. Yeah, there's going to be flag revisions throughout the day. Hill Dwarf was slaughtered. That's his whole story. I'm not worried about being the biggest and the best. Just he was a Hill Dwarf, and he was slaughtered. Brunor Strongarm's life, as far as I'm concerned. I'm a bit reductive in this game already, it seems. Dangerous. Dungeons & Dragons, exploration, social interaction, creativity. I don't know anything about these things. I don't. Why is it so blurry? I don't want it to be blurry anymore. Stop being blurry. Help me, people. Tell me things about any of these things. What was your experience of all that, Dan? Like Brunor Strongarm. What was that about? You died pretty quickly. How long did you live for? Was that just built into? Was that kind of your story? You made a character, you killed him off in his own lore, and you never had to play. Like, oh no, my character's dead. I can't actually participate. That'd be super funny if that was the case. Trying to figure out this whole like chat box thing with my camera thing, and it's complicated. But the damage was enough that destroyed any hill dwarf presence in the area, so he spent like 100 years building a gravesite for his family. Oh, okay, so he survived. He was not slaughtered. His family was slaughtered. Family. 100 years. That's a useful detail. 100-year gravesite. Okay. Like, did you make all this up, or like, did other people help you do this, or like, what's the vibe? Like, how did all this come about? I had to clean the camera with my T-shirt. That was a little bit of a special sneak peek of my linen closet on the inside. I think this chat box is gonna work. I think. Can you guys see that? Can anybody see the text? It looks a little small to me, but I can't really make it much bigger. I'm technologically incapable. So, but right now we're talking about Brunor Strongarm, as you can see. His chat will be there for 420 seconds because that's exactly 7 minutes, and that's exactly how long I wanted it to last. So that's what we got today. Yeah. I don't know anything about Dungeons and Dragons. Help me. Wow, that's wild. Brunor's story is sad, man. Yeah, we're talking about Dungeons and Dragons, exploration, social interaction, creativity. On his 100th year, he had lost his mind in his solitude, and his goat friend accidentally knocked over a candle, almost burning his hut down. In his rage, he chopped the goat's head off. I forgot the. Oh my god! Bruno, goat friend killer. You made all this up. Yeah, okay, so like, how did that work? I mean, because you made all this up, and then what did you use it for? I mean, it's an amazing story. I love this story a lot. This is like, that's hilarious. That's so good. Um, was the story building really important for you? Um, like, yeah, I feel like there could be a lot of interesting things about like building this story of this other thing that's completely free of constraints, or like the constraints are very different than what might be on your own life, your own stories. Um, so he realized he couldn't be alone anymore, and having finished his family's memorial, he headed out to seek new adventures. Oh, okay. So that was his backstory. That's kind of, yeah, okay, got it. That's cool. Like, yeah, I don't know, like the backstory is kind of an unexpected thing, is an expected thing you do for your D&D characters. Um, okay. Hmm. Definitely adds character because with a really simple backstory, you can fill in personality traits, etc. Um, yeah, yeah, I see that. Um, it kind of allows him to become different things. Um, yeah, but like how did yeah, I guess how did you embody this? You're supposed to act. Yeah, exactly. Like because clearly like why did like I see a lot of Dan in that story, but yeah, was this a means of embodying certain parts of yourself you wanted to be, or was it a means of you knew you could comfortably be this, or like yeah, like this kind of like role that you take on, how did that allow you to be have a different social interaction? Because like you said, it's a way of knowing your friends differently. Like how did you go about showing a different part of yourself or reinforcing a part of yourself in that social way? Um, wow, because it feels like yeah. I asked like three different questions there, but I think you understand what I'm saying. By the way, while you're typing to me, Dan, can you read this text at all? Like on your whatever, if you're on your phone or something, is that legible at all? Because like I said, it seems super small to me, but I can't make it much bigger. I'm just curious to see if it's useful at all right now for people who are trying to catch into the chat. Because we have to have clarity with the topic at hand. Huh. It's really lovely. Just sitting here thinking about that kind of energy. It's really beautiful. Probably reinforcing, since like you said, there's a bit of Dan. Chat is good, cool. Probably reinforcing, since like you said, there's a bit of Dan in that for sure. I don't know, it was still different for sure. I'm not a lonesome dwarf in real life. So like, how does a guy interact in the world after 100 years of solitude? I acted like I wasn't that familiar with modern cultural expectations, news, and all that. Sometimes overreact, trying to pull from his violent episode with his good old goat friend, but he's also mournful for his goat. So like, were these other parts that weren't reinforcing? Were they places? Were they you experimenting on like social aspects you were interested in, or kind of parts of yourself? Like, was it what did you see it as some kind of excavation of yourself, like being able to explore parts of you that you felt like people may not have accepted in other spaces, or am I digging too deep into that? I don't know. Like what was it? Well, what did you get out of it? I guess is the question. Like what kind of what promoted you to keep doing it, if you did? What instigated you to stop? And then that could lead into what other things in your life fill this gap of exploration, social interaction, creativity. What kind of things merge all that together? Felt uncomfortable acting as a different character at times. Hmm. Yeah, I mean, tell me anything about that. Um, Discomfort was good and felt energizing. Because did you feel like it was a safe kind of discomfort? Like you weren't like weren't being judged for it. Just something you could reckon with in a very like luxurious way. You could like have like a good old brawl with your discomfort and it not really amount to much. You could just walk away and not be hurt at all if you completely failed. It was Brunor. Brunor is the weirdo. Dan's not weird. Brunor is weird. The lines between people's lives get crossed and they like break the dishes. Brunor's so he's so clumsy. Super hammy. Typical Lord of the Rings dwarf accent and all that good stuff. I would love. How long ago was this? Has this been a couple years, or like how long did you do it for? Like, yeah, did you stop? All these questions. I have so many questions, Dan. I'm year ago. How long did you do it for? A couple months doing a campaign. Was this during school? Like roommates or whatever? And like, if you felt hungry, have you felt hungry for that kind of energy still, or like, have you seen? I would do stuff like activate traps, even when I knew they were traps, because like it's fucking rude. No, I was on Discord with Anthony and James and Kyle. Cool, cool. I miss it. Yeah. Like, why did you guys stop? Just time constraints, or like what made you guys what like? And again, like then that leads into what kind have you found any of that important? Any of the energies there important enough that you've tried to cultivate them in other places, or have you noticed other places that you feed this kind of energy? Not sure why it stopped. Okay, yeah, just people going around different things, moving around. Yeah. Mysterious viewer number 3. Hello, mysterious viewer number 3. Yeah, feel free to join in. Yeah, for sure. Dan's been speaking a lot. He's been bulldozing, strong arming. Totally. I don't know anything about Dungeons and Dragons at all. Feel free to also not join in. Yeah, lurking is very permitted. Do your thing. Um, yeah, I don't know anything about Dungeons and Dragons. It doesn't have to be directly about Dungeons and Dragons. Um, just if any of those words matter to you, like I said, social interaction, exploration, creativity. How do you manifest putting all three of these things together? I think we often get separate versions of these. We often have social interaction. We often have some form of creativity. But how do we like find ways to merge all these together? And Dungeons and Dragons is a good example, apparently, of how some people I know, or people that have liked things, said they do that. So have you? So I guess Dan, if you want to leave at some point, please go. Do your thing. I know you're like at an airport, whatever. But have you found other places where you've tried to ignite these kinds of energies, or other parts of your life where you think these things coincide pretty readily? Um, I mean, I think for me, it's obvious. Like me writing music is this: exploring the world, gathering a constellation of energies, creating something with that exploration, and then using what I created as a means of social interaction, as a means of like participating with bodies, and then participating with like different people's emotions and their energies. And so yeah, what I do is just literally this, all the time. So that's not it's not definitely not an I don't feel unrelated to this topic at all. It's just kind of like Dungeons and Dragons is the point of departure. Um, hasn't been my thing. It isn't the impetus for what brought me to these energies. So I'm curious how other people have felt. What's brought them there? Um, whatever relationship they have to Dungeons and Dragons. So it's really a two-part kind of day. We got the D&D crowd. We got the kind of trivium of possible living crowd, and we've got the mix. We've got the healthy mix here. Um, we're down to 2, Dan. They left. That third person was like, nah. I wanted to hear Dan's story. He stopped telling his story. I'm out. They were only interested in you, Dan. Dan4456. You were the way, the light, the story. You were the third viewer. You didn't even know it. I like the energizing discomfort line, though. Kind of like ways to facilitate being uncomfortable as something that's like nourishing, energizing as you called it, but it's kind of nourishment that allows you to like experiment. I think the experimentation is what I liked about that. The willingness to experiment, and the ability to. Yeah. For sure. I've never thought of myself as somebody who interacts with fictional stories in a creative way, but it opened me to that mindset. I mean, I summarized Bruenor, but there were more details, and it was fun researching Hill Dwarf lore and D&D, and I kind of based this story off of this like 5-hour long YouTube video I watched of a Russian dude living in solitude for 5 years. Yeah, that's cool. So yeah, just creating mythologies through other mythologies. Yeah, that's hype. I like that a lot. That third viewer missed out on the insight. They were like, Dan's story's over, I'm out. But it wasn't. It wasn't over. Dan's story's never over. Dan's got a story, and it continues. Sorry, viewer 3. Kyle. Hit me up with Kyle's vibe. I want to hear about it. When I say it like that, it sounds like I don't want to hear about it. It seems like I'm just kind of playing my role, but I actually do want to hear about it. Like, this is, like, I love this. This is great. It's not about what you like, AJ. It's about what the people are getting. Viewer 3! Yeah. So, yeah, we talked about Dungeons & Dragons, maybe, if you have any relationship to that. We're talking about exploration, social interaction, creativity. If any of those things matter to you, fuck Kyle. Sorry, Kyle. We don't know who you are. If your name is Kyle, this probably isn't about you. Dan was having a different conversation. It's in the chat box. But yeah, we're talking about these things and like how we organize these things, ways you've organized them in your life, ways they matter to you. The people voted. The people voted for this as the topic, and I have no idea. I don't know anything about Dungeons & Dragons. Other than I now know Bruenor Strongarm's story. Thank you for bringing me into Bruenor. I'm a little closer to the experience now, just because the experience is a finite thing in the middle of a jungle of small Bruenors. Bruenor blocks the way to the center of the D&D meaning of experience. I'm here. Take me through the Bruenors. Yeah. I feel like today's gonna be hard. I feel like today's gonna be really hard. Not like tough for me, but just gonna be hard to get people to really start rolling. It doesn't seem clear what we can talk about here. It's really open ended, and I don't make the rules. I just have to play by them. Show me your best Bruenor. Dan, this is for kids. I can't do that. The Twitch broadcasts are possibly for kids. I can't do that on a live stream. Maybe afterwards we can have a private DM, hop on Discord. Oh yeah, that's something I'm doing. I started a Discord for Sharing Element. Go see if you can find the Sharing Element Discord, and it's literally just called Sharing Element. And I'm wanting to do a thing where on Fridays, on sharing days, I can kind of Discord a person in to be on speakerphone with me, and like just one person at a time, just a private Discord with me and another person, and but I put them on speakerphone, and so it's kind of like a group chat. So it's kind of like I have my guest of the week, but they can be anywhere in the world. Just kind of a remote guest of the week. So people, it's not just only me verbally talking, because I don't like this at all. Just like me being the head of the space and all you guys being relegated to like image boxes. Yeah. So if anybody wants to hop on the Discord, well, later today I'll probably get somebody. Once the ball gets rolling a little bit, we get more people here. We get people who want to do this. What do I type? Disc link. Account. I'm just sharingelement@gmail.com. That's the email I used. I don't, let's see. When I go to my account, I go to my connections. Yeah. I don't know if that helps. Just that I am sharingelement@gmail.com. I don't know if that helps you find me. Do you have a server? No, I don't know how to do anything. I literally made an account, and on my phone it tells me I can add friends, create direct messages, and that's it. I don't know how to do anything. Everyone left because we started talking about technical things. They're right to leave. All right. So yeah, we are here. We are chilling. We're just chilling on Sharing Element. Really looking forward to just talking to people about this, you know? Dungeons and Dragons, exploration, social interaction, creativity. What do these words mean to you? Do they mean anything to you? I need your tag number. Pound 8949. I think that's it. Yeah, 8949. I didn't think that number would be necessary. It's only 4 digits, and I assumed there'd be more people on Discord than like 9,999 people. That number seems so strange, but yeah, 8949. 8949. Pound 8949. Yeah. Chillin' hard. Dungeons and Dragons, exploration, social interaction, creativity. Do any of these words matter to you? We've got a chat box. It's new. Brand new chat box. I figured it out. And yeah, we're just talking about any of these things. Kind of the two main. It's like Sharing Element 89. Yeah, that's it. That's exactly it. Or something. Yeah, that's it. And kind of those are our two main points of departure. Either Dungeons and Dragons, if you know anything about it, I don't, or exploration, social interaction, and creativity as a unit of energies that you try and find and occupy. What spaces do you find them? Are these things important to you? Do they matter to you? This was what was voted on. Dan, Brad, incoming friend request, Dan, Brad. I accepted the request from Dan, Brad. We're in. We've been accepted. Dan, we've been accepted. We're in. We're into the university. The university has given us time and energy, but no money. No money this time. I'm really into interrupting your spiel. Yeah, no. I have to spiel. I have to spiel, and it has to be interrupted. The spiel isn't good unless it's interrupted. I like the word spiel. Spiel! It feels like someone messed up trying to say something. Spiel! Looks like someone messed up spelling something too. Like the English language just doesn't work. Oh, Dan's on Discord audio. Yeah. What's up, Dan Brad?
Hey, bud.
Yeah, so
How's it going?
I think this is gonna work. I think having you on Discord this way is gonna work.
Can people hear me on the stream?
Yeah, no, I have you sitting here. I don't know. Like, you can check. I mean, yeah, I don't know how to have you check if people can hear you. I don't know.
I'm not really going to be able to check since I have to be on Discord to talk to you.
Yeah.
If I was on my computer, I could check. I could do both of those things, but
Yeah.
no, I found.
Yeah, no worries.
So I
Yeah.
cannot do both of those things.
Yeah, you're live right now, so you're good. I mean,
Great. Hey, world. Hey, hey, Twitch. Mysterious one viewer.
it's probably, yeah, I mean, it's not me.
Could be AJ, could be Dan, could be somebody else.
Yeah.
Unclear.
Yeah, so I think this is going to be the best method for, like, doing sharing days in the future, having, like, a Discord chat of bringing, because this is only this is a call with one person, and we'd have to add more people if we wanted them. It's basically like a phone call, right?
Yeah, exactly. And yeah, you could do a server and set up, like you're saying, have 3 or 4 people call in and talk. And most people have Discord, so it's easy for people to call in. You'll definitely want to like put your instead of your name, instead of your profile, like your server link on the page, so they can go to it, and then have maybe the rooms be invite only, so you can kind of control the flow.
I don't understand most of these words you're saying because I don't know how to make a server. I don't know what that means, but we'll have to do that another time.
Yeah, for sure. For sure.
Because I don't see a button that talks. The word server is not popping up on my Discord app. I've got a direct message, I've got a friends tab, and I've got a profile tab, and that's it.
Yeah, there should be somewhere where you can press a little plus button, and that plus button is to create a new server. You can create servers in like seconds. They're super easy.
Yeah,
I have like 3 of my own servers.
Oh yeah, I see it. Create a server. Make a server. Invite your friends. Throw a party. Yeah. Yeah, and then once I create a server, I can I can have a link number where people get invited with that link number.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
So that's pretty easy to do.
Yeah, I mean, I don't really want more than like maybe 1 or 2 people on at a time, but so for right now, this direct call method is fine.
Exactly. And I don't think, I mean, even when you have a server, even if you had like 30 people watching, you probably wouldn't have more than 1 or 2 people actually go on and talk. I think most people are a little bit nervous to talk. Maybe not though, who knows?
Yeah.
Just gonna see how it goes.
Yeah. Yeah, we'll take it one day at a time, bridging the gap between technologically inept. Like the biggest challenge I'm facing is this chat thing that I have on the stream now. I had to use it because most chat stream software that is actually really convenient and useful wasn't made until like 2014, 2015, and this computer can't run software that new.
Oh my god! So you had to find like software.
Yeah, no, I had to. I had to use a website that hosts servers of direct links that I could then host a direct link in. Yeah, exactly. So it just
like an RSS feed of your chat.
Exactly. Yeah. That's all I have. So there's no.
Okay, cool.
Yeah. Which is it's not
so
super.
Dungeons and Dragons.
Yeah. Huh?
So Dungeons and Dragons.
Yeah. No, I mean, I have no idea. I don't know anything about Dungeons and Dragons. I like Bruno Strong.
Played?
No, I've never played. No.
Yeah, it's all about Bruno Strongarm. Your whole life is Bruno Strongarm.
Your whole life is Bruno Strongarm.
Nah, that isn't close.
Wait.
I got a lot of other stuff going on.
No.
No, chat? I don't think so.
No, there's no one there.
Yeah. Okay. It's just denied.
Yeah, I don't know. I think I don't. Yeah, it'll be interesting to see what people think. We were at 3, now we're literally 0 viewers.
Yeah, because I'm not there, and you're not there apparently either.
I'm gonna go open it up. It's open now. I'm gonna be a single viewer on my own stream.
Nice. Yeah, I mean, this is a hard topic because it's almost like a meme topic.
What do you mean?
Well, it's a good topic, but it is Dungeons and Dragons. I mean, Dungeons and Dragons is great.
Well, no, I'm curious to get people to talk about if they don't know about Dungeons and Dragons, because there's a good chance they won't. People that are really hyped on Dungeons and Dragons, tell me what you're hyped about. But people that aren't, like the prompt I was given by that person was this little kind of triad of exploration, social interaction, creativity, and I'm really curious to hear how people have lived through that space. Like, yeah, so for you, what are other things you've done to make you a part of the project? What are other things you've done that kind of bridges the gap between these things?
Like outside of Dungeons and Dragons?
Yeah, just in general, like exploration, social interaction, creativity. How are those things important to you in your life? Are those things that you do that matter?
Yeah, I mean, I think they're pretty general terms that apply to whenever you're interacting in a group. I mean, particularly when you're interacting in a group in like a creative, artistic way, but also just like in any kind of way, like any sort of group project where you have to, like actually work with the other members of the group to a point where there's maybe some sort of, friction, and create, actual interaction. Like if it's a very casual group and you don't have to do much interaction and you can kind of just do your own thing, then I feel like there's probably not a lot of room for the real exploration, because like I was saying, there's none of that
So you're saying, because what I'm getting from what you're saying is that, like, kind of in order of possibility, like social interaction dominates this triad. Because you're saying, like, you can't really explore or be creative if the social space doesn't allow for it.
Well, I'm not saying you can't explore or be creative, but you can't explore or be creative in social interactions.
Yeah, that's what I mean. Yeah. Yeah, and that's what I mean. But you're saying with those 3 things, you're saying social interaction has to happen first, insofar as that it has to be a social space that accepts it.
Yeah, exactly. Because if it's a social space that doesn't, where it's very comfortable and there's no real digging, then I feel like there's not going to be a lot of exploration or creativity, because both of those things are not typically seen as easy or comfortable things to do.
Yeah.
Exploration means you're going out of your shell, which people generally don't like to do, and creativity just takes difficult thinking, which means it's harder than like watching the TV show in the front.
What is there anything that you do day to day that interacts with this kind of thing? Like, do you do anything that tries? Are these ideas important to you? Is it important to you to bridge the gap between these 3 things, or are you okay keeping them separate? Or
I mean, I think it's important to me. Like, I think a lot of people that when when you're engaging with other relationships, it's important to not just, like I was saying, like not just like watch a TV show and be like, yeah, that show was sick. All right, see ya. Like talk about it and try to, I don't know, see what other people think about things that you experience and all that. Just from a level of similar type of thing as D&D, just like hanging out with friends.
Yeah, I mean, I'm just asking, like, do you seek out these experiences? Are you looking for something that bridges the gap between these 3 things, or are you okay keeping them separate? Like, is it important to you to make exploration and creativity a social act, or is it okay for you to have your social interactions and then have your exploration. Like, yeah, how much do these things need to interrelate in your life? You know, because in Dungeons and Dragons, it's a necessity that they interact, but like, are they a necessity for you?
Yeah, are they important for D-Brad? I think so. I mean, I think I've always thought that out in my interactions with people. I mean, that's what we did. We would do something, we play some like Final Fantasy or something, and we talk about it, or I'd watch you or Taylor play Final Fantasy, and then we talk about it afterwards, or even like, I mean, talking about video games, I guess. Like sometimes I'll play games with, I don't know, like Anthony sometimes, and a lot of it would be, downtime outside of the video game, talking about it, and like, a lot of it will be from like the best way to do it perspective, but we'll have disagreements, and I don't know, work together on basically this project of get good at this game quickly and efficiently. Come from the mindset of like, all right, let's do all the fundamental research and figure out all the rules you need to do to get good at it. But then like, there's like best practices and like expected, paths to go and whatever. And I don't know. I mean, but it's at the same time, it's also just playing a video game and thinking that not doing too much of that. So it's hard. It's really hard to say. I think I really enjoy those interactions when I have them, but can't say that I'm always doing it. But it is definitely, I think, important to me.
Yeah, so I mean, yeah, you there are situations in which it happens for you, and you enjoy when they happen, but they're not necessarily like a thriving part of your life. They're kind of like they happen, great. But if they don't, that's also not that bad.
Yeah, but also when they don't happen for an extended period of time, I feel kind of that like that. Not necessarily consciously a need to do that, because I'm usually not thinking actively about it, like directly about it, but feeling a sort of like emptiness.
So how does this how does this fulfill you? Like if you're talking about not talking about, like in what ways does this kind of fill you up? Yeah, in what ways is it meaningful?
I mean, that's a tough question.
Oh yeah.
I don't know.
Oh yeah, it's the tough one.
Yeah, exactly.
Do any of these words?
Yeah, it's an assumption that it's meaningful. I don't know, for like a sense of progression in your life, like I know something about this person I didn't know before, and that can like inform how to interact with them, I guess. In terms of going back to social interactions and like the exploration, like that can inform, you about someone's like sensitive to a certain subject that now you're aware of. Are they really like, I don't know, they have a certain opinion of something that you didn't know before. I don't know, exploration for the sake of for understanding the people that you interact with better.
Hello, Franny. Yeah, definitely.
Hi, Fran. Can you hear me, Fran?
Yeah, can you hear Dan all right, Franny? I don't know if you're listening, but can you hear him all right over the phone?
I'm on Discord.
Yeah,
But I've got like 15 minutes still, probably. Satellite facility is located on the lower level.
He sounds a little bit far away. Yeah, he is in an airport. That is very far away. Yeah. So like, yeah, keep. Can you hear me, Dan? Dan. He was on a speakerphone, but it's okay. Yeah. So like, I think I lost him, but it's okay. We were talking about. He's back. Hold on. Yeah, I'm gonna keep talking, Dan. But yeah, I got you back. Yeah, we're just kind of talking about. We got to a point where we were talking about how like social. If we're talking about this kind of relationship between the three things: exploration, social interaction, and creativity. Not necessarily related to Dungeons and Dragons, because that's not everybody's way of going about it. Even though Dan was telling me he made a character and it was hilarious. Kind of like how social interaction dominates that space, where like the social interaction part comes first, where like if the social interaction space doesn't allow for exploration or creativity, they can't happen. So it's that was in, I mean, it's obvious, but I guess it was interesting for me to consider that order of operations is kind of like, and you can almost kind of trick people into it. You can like watch a TV show or watch a movie or do something that is a social interaction insofar as that you're like organizing a community, and then maybe sneak in the exploration with a few questions after the movie, and then instigate creativity by going about it that way. And so kind of like asking questions of how to prime a certain energy towards organizing these things if they're important. And Dan was kind of getting to the idea that they are important to him because they make him feel empty when he doesn't have this experience, even though he doesn't seek it out that often. And but then like for him to answer how is it meaningful became a different question. That was hard. Are you here, Dan? Can you hear me? Yeah, definitely. Um, yeah, but he was kind of talking about how the social interaction has to come first, and the the way of going about. I think you need to break down a lot of barriers to get people to a vulnerable space where they feel like they can share their ideas. Yeah, definitely. We talked a bit about that. That was like last week, basically. Like kind of it feeds into what we were talking about last week. But I guess, yeah, so I guess a point of a question I would want to ask would be, especially ones that are creative. Yeah. Like, are these spaces meaningful to people to enter? And like, because Dan was saying this kind of getting the creative exploration and in a social space is important to him, and he doesn't get it that often. But when he doesn't have it for a long time, he feels kind of empty, and it fulfills him somehow to get this. And like, I'm curious, like, and what kind of fulfillment do people get? What is it? What does it mean for them to be fulfilled in this space? That kind of thing. Are these things important to you? What fulfillment do you get? That kind of stuff. Yeah. Because I mean, the creative. What is this? What is this value on more creative energies? Yeah. 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 That's a good. It is a good question. It's a question I have to explore myself because like, everything I do is that, right? This kind of constellation of exploration leading to a funnel of creativity, which then kind of dissipates into different types of social interactions, either physical performance or receiving a certain kind of experiment that I've made through like the kind of listening dimension. And like everything I do with my creative work is this, quite literally. And I'm obviously super hungry for it all the time. And so yeah, I'm curious because Dungeons and Dragons being the way Alex manifests this kind of relationship is interesting, and definitely curious to hear how other people manifest this relationship, if they do, if they want to. I take this as a really physical thing because I'm creative in physical ways. Ceramics, knitting, weaving, textile design. That's not the case here. Yeah, of course not. it's a really open space, and we're all gonna have a different way that we manifest this. Which is why I like this little triad of instigations. This kind of like, how do we organize these things, and if they're important to us. Yeah. So for you, I assume I can't assume that these things are important to you, but how? Like, in what ways do like all of this coincide? I find that sharing a skill is a great way to create social engagement. Yeah. Like creating intrigue, kind of like you almost put on a show for a bit, you know? You kind of like teaching someone to hand knit is pretty. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, yeah. Uh-huh. Yeah. And so, like, for you, do you is this something that you thrive on? Like, especially learning to throw on the wheel in ceramics is a skill that, in general, very difficult for most people. And you think this exploration into that creative space, bridging the gap through like teaching as a social interaction, yeah, definitely. I mean, I have questions, but I'm curious to hear where you go with that. For anybody just showing up, so the trials and errors that people make is a great way to bridge barriers. Yeah, and that's like a vulnerability thing for sure. Always back to vulnerability. How do we do that? How do we always get back to being vulnerable? You'd think it's like something that happens. Some people learn patience. Yeah. Some people learn that working with their hands is not something they like. Yeah. Or enjoy. What about you? What about you? I mean, I like this. I like all the space you're creating, but yeah, I'm curious about you. I love it. Yeah. It seems obvious. Like, yeah, but seeking out these spaces, you know? Do you find it hard to like seek out these spaces and where all these things interact? Is it a challenge? Is it something that you work on all the time? Hands that then others will use in their daily lives. Yeah. Huh. So you're kind of, when I was talking with Dan, it was a matter of the social interaction happens first, and then that could possibly instigate creativity and exploration. I don't find it hard because I am privileged enough to be able to afford taking classes, etc. Yeah, and what you're saying is that you kind of have and I think that's what I do too. It's okay, what's up, D-Phrase? No worries. And yeah, and so you kind of say that you create a thing, you have an exploration and a creative act over here, and then you kind of offer that as a social interaction. So and that's what I do. Like, we prime a space of our creativity and exploration, hoping to make it a social act at some point. Rather, in the other way, you can make a social interaction and then hopefully lead to exploration and creativity through that. What about you, D-Phrase? The topic for today is Dungeons and Dragons 1, the topic of the day. Exploration, social interaction, creativity. I've already had someone tell me about their Dungeons and Dragons character. I've had someone else tell me about how they mix exploration, social interaction, and creativity outside of Dungeons and Dragons in a way that's important to them. Yeah, just, do you have anything to say in that space? I know that your modus operandi is to talk about things that aren't this, so good luck with that. This is a pretty general topic. I'll do my best to reel you back in and make it about whatever this is. But yeah, What do you have to say about like, have you ever played D&D? Did you like it? Do any of those other words in quotations matter to you? Entertained, no, thank you. I appreciate that. You're heartwarming. Yeah, but I really love what you said, Franny, about kind of reversing that. Reversing that idea of kind of cultivating your own energies and then hopefully finding a way to bridge that gap. Get rid of barriers through like kind of a closeted sensitivity. But that can get hard, like knowing what kind of ways to bridge those gaps. We've got enough to start a D&D game. Yeah. Oh, that's funny. But no. Dan, Franny said something interesting that I liked. She quickly debunked part of what we were saying. It's kind of like we were talking about how social interaction is this kind of breeding ground, which could or could not lead to creativity and exploration. And this is what I do, so I don't know why it wasn't obvious to me. But she kind of said like she has this kind of creative, explorative space where she makes ceramics or kind of creates things, and then finds ways to give them to people or make them a part of someone's daily life. So the social interaction comes after this concentrated focus of exploration and creativity. And then she creates a social interaction with that energy, which then could also inspire a more direct correlation. Because I know we want all three to happen simultaneously, but you kind of talking about the TV show and then talking about it or explore the video game or something, that's interesting. Like how do we facilitate bridging these gaps between these things that seem, and it seems exploration and creativity go hand in hand, where social interaction is often a corner, either happening first or happening later, which just gets back to the space conversation we were having last week. So not much new to say there, but that is interesting. Do you like our new chat D-phrase? Do you like our little chat box? Do you like that history is kept for exactly 7 minutes? The history of the world for 7 minutes. Wow. All right, entertain me, D-phrase. People are dying down. I'm getting impatient early this morning. I can just tell the story of Brunor Strongarm over and over. Brunor Strongarm, a hill dwarf. He had the biggest clan in all the land, and they were slaughtered. And through their being, his whole family was just slaughtered. He spent 100 years building grave sites for them. And then after that, he killed his goat friend. Because his goat friend almost set his cabin on fire. What kind of mattress do you sleep on? Who says that that's a strong assumption. I don't know. Lisa. I sleep on a Lisa mattress. Yeah, Lisa. You were told. Franny told the story. Franny knows more than I do about most things. So, if you have real questions, wait till she's around. Dungeons and Dragons. Exploration, social interaction, creativity. What do you got? Any of those words matter to you? Some of the words may mean nothing to you, and that's part of the conversation. How do we organize this? Lisa's a good pick. D-phrase is a mattress connoisseur, and we have been approved. We have a purple. D-phrase has a we. Yeah, I knew that. But he wants me to be his girlfriend. They want me to be their girlfriend. This is all very hard. Dungeons and Dragons. I'm just going to keep repeating this ball of text I have down here because it makes me feel comfortable to repeat things. Habitual comfort. Your name is purple in the chat today, D-phrase. I hope that makes you better. Whoa. Franny's impressed. That's intense. Mattress connoisseurs unite. That's what D-phrase, you've got to get on the email train. You got to send in topics. Mattress. And like, About the yeah. I know. I'm being your comfort and yeah. You know that I love Brian Fernyhough. Non-linear, just moment to moment experiences. You know that about me. Corn muffins. Yeah. So while they talk about their lives, what do you think about any of these things? Franny already told us how textile design relates to some of this. Does anybody have any experiences with Dungeons and Dragons they want to share? Or the other three things, or a combination? Any of these things matter to you? Yeah. It's been interesting already. I've learned things today, and it's only been an hour. I've already learned things about. Look at this. I've learned things about the world. This is what I've learned today. It's not much, but we're gonna fill this whole piece of paper today. We're gonna fill it with scribbles and scraps and things you tell me, or things that I think based on what you tell me. Because we're expandig constellations with an N added. I forgot the N in expanding, so it's expandig. Expandig. Exponential dig. Digging forever. Exploration is basically that. Digging forever. I read Holes when I was younger. That's a social interaction. Not that creative. Yeah. I feel like I should know what that is, but I have no idea. It sounds really cool though. What does it entail? It is cool. Oh yeah, D-Phrase. I got my Discord up and running. If you want to hit me up on Discord, I've never used Discord before, but we have one that we can do things with now. I'm setting it up right now. Yeah, baby, let's talk. Wow, you're so supportive. I appreciate that. I make fabrics, woven mostly, but some knit, mostly for technical applications. Yeah, so talking about Dungeons and Dragons. We're talking about exploration, social interaction, creativity. Do any of these words matter to you? Tell me about how much they matter to you or don't. I think this is how this works, D-Phrase. I think that's the thing. I don't know if it's okay that I just put that there, but I really don't know how any of this works. But I think that's my server. I'm a child. I'm just a big child. Yeah, so you can pick her brain about it, no worries. What does exploration mean to you, Anthony? Yeah, so definitely. I mean, you see it every day. For me, exploration is mostly just like expanding a constellation. taking points of departure that I'm familiar with, finding ways to bridge gap with things I'm unfamiliar with, and then just continue to make this constellation, which it's like, I like constellation because it has this kind of like flat map approach of all these interconnected nodes. It's not this like level of progress of like information gathered. It's kind of this like spread of map possibilities, because I could be way over here on the map, and I could be over here on the map and then not be able to access what's over here because of the person I'm becoming or being. May not allow for access to that information. So exploration is this kind of traversing this topography of constellations I've created and continue to create. And like exploration is what helps lead me to creativity. Exploration is the way that exploration is how I share with people. It is sharing with people sometimes. Yeah. Yeah, I don't know if that makes sense. I can probe that a little more if you're curious, if you think that needs more of an explanation. But for me, it's just mostly this expanding of constellations. And how do you cultivate it when you aren't working with others? Mostly, yeah, I used to think, that I was quite alone in exploration, by like reading books and watching and listening to music. I used to feel like it was kind of a solitary activity of me exploring the world and cultivating my constellations. And I learned that I'm not really doing it without others, in that like people created the stuff that I'm engaging with. So this kind of like, I think we can easily forget that. Easily, at least I easily forgot that I'm engaging with another person's view of the world. I'm engaging with another person's way of cultivating an expression. And so my exploration, I don't know many circumstances that my exploration hasn't been about others or working with others, even if I can't directly interact with them. So like, it's like taking an exploration is mostly just taking an interest in the world in different ways, for me, and finding points, because I can't just arbitrarily choose like Japanese tree planting. I can't do that today, for a lot of reasons. A lot of reasons I've set up. A lot of reasons the world has set up with me. Just a lot of conflating reasons why my exploration is on this kind of constellation, this kind of like topography, because I can't just arbitrarily choose something to start exploring all the time. And I'm learning to navigate that threshold. I'm willing to concede that I can't just do anything pretty quickly without thinking too much. I'm willing to concede that like there's places exploration is limited depending on the situation, but the nature of that limitation is a pretty complicated thing. Yeah. So my goal then is to stretch my limitations in exploration as much as I can, as a means of developing a creative space, because creativity is nourished by this fire, this kind of like burning embers, these flames, this energy. There's an energizing inertia to being able to create, and to make that a social space, yeah, it's another question. And the ability to Rambo, yeah, I saw that. Thank you. I am going to upload that to the YouTube, when I can. Yeah, I don't know if what I'm saying is helping you. I really don't. I don't know if I'm making sense. Part of me feels like I'm not making that much sense. in regards to the questions you're asking me. Okay. Yeah. Because like when the person sent me this Dungeons and Dragons thing, you're interacting with others through what you consume. Yeah, of course. I mean, I used to depersonalize the content I consumed. It used to be I listened to a lot of music and I thought that was a solitary activity. I thought it was just like in my head consuming the music, and then like it became a much richer experience once I realized that music was made by people. And that like I was getting an insight into that person. I wasn't getting this objective thing that was just affecting me. It wasn't just an object that had an effect on me. It was this person who was creating an effect that I was internalizing a certain version of. And then once I got that subjective relationship more strongly attached to myself, yeah. Well, once I started more strongly attaching myself to the subject of that, to make them as a subject and the object they created an actual relationship, then make it about me as another subject who treats them as an entire object. Because I think that's the most common. We're a subject, the art is an object, or the experience is an object, and we just have that one degree of relationship. That other degree of relationship of them also being a subject-object is like, I mean, it's nourished me in so many ways, considering like how I even appreciate certain ways of making things or certain types of ways people have manifested in the world. It creates another type of social interaction for me, and that's been important for sure. I think at some point today, defrase, if you are, I mean, I don't, you may not be the right person just because you want to just kind of be in this like liminal kind of stochastic space of interjection, which is cool. I'm about it. I'm like, you think I'm not, but I'm really about it. It's great. I'm looking to get someone on the Discord to chat later, so it's not just me sitting here with my voice, that there's another human being here to actually speak through the, maybe speak through the Discord. So fuck yeah, let's do it. I just don't want to have, yeah. Okay. But you have your sunflower. Yeah, I've got, sunflower doesn't talk though. Well, she's talking in that way. Yeah, you're right. I gotta step back. Okay. How do I open up? How do I open it up? Oh, I think I could just call you, I guess. Yeah. Okay, I'm calling you. Yeah. So we're gonna get defrase on the line here. Can you hear me, buddy? I'm calling you.
Hold on one sec.
You're good. Take your time.
I'm gonna have to mute your stream because.
Oh yeah, we're getting
it's gonna get real radio-like.
We're getting real subjective in here.
Oh no! Now you're gonna want me to pick your brain through my voice? Do you really want this?
Oh, I mean, we can pick your brain. It can. I feel like the anticipation of hearing someone's voice is so. Can you hear him pretty well, Franny? Speak to us, defrase.
Toss a coin to your witcher.
Yeah. Okay. Cool. Yeah, your voice is very crystal clear. Your technology is very high profile compared to our last guest had me on the phone in an airport, and he sounded like he was in a tunnel of doom.
Yeah, I have an actual setup here.
Yeah, I haven't. You mean? Are you a streamer? See you, Franny.
Oh no, Franny's leaving. Okay, I'm out. Bye.
Yeah, she has a meeting. She's at work. She was chilling at work, so she was just hanging with us while she was not in a meeting. Fuck.
Okay.
Yeah. So do you have a mic?
So what does Franny do? Franny does textile design, but does she do for? I'll ask her. I won't bother you with. It really was interesting to me. I wanted to hear more, but
yeah,
I didn't want to take your stream.
No, you're good. You should email. I mean, I am policing this space very hard. I am a monster, and it's for the people. The people voted. The people voted.
Yeah.
I can't control what the people. I just have to. I'm like a politician. You blame me for what the people wanted.
Maybe you should do a more personal, just one personal day of like a day of sharing personal, not personal information. I don't know how to word it.
I mean, Monday
like open it up to a more personal, like a down to earth type of thing. You know what I mean? Like I guess a lot of your questions and stuff are very open ended. I guess maybe like more of a closed.
Yeah, and it's interesting that people are choosing that because like I said, I get emails and then people vote for them and this is what they voted for. I don't know anything about Dungeons and Dragons. Yeah, I don't choose.
Oh, they said I get it. They sent you this.
Yeah,
okay,
yeah.
sense.
I have people email me to share me what mattered. This guy sent me like a 3-paragraph thing saying Dungeons and Dragons. It changed my life. It opened me up to exploring social spaces and being creative in a way that's rejuvenated the way I exist in the world. He's like, I have a day job that destroys me, but every Wednesday I look forward to this, and it completely like rejuvenates my entire life. And so like, it's important to them. And I just threw it on the poll, and the poll also included. Writing letters, postcards, notes, is it meaningful or masturbatory? I think that was submitted by Franny, actually. And it didn't get voted for, but she really loves writing letters and things. And the third person was, I think, Will, actually. Will asked about attention spans and about how people may struggle with their ability to maintain attention or not. And that
He's definitely talking about me. That was definitely directed directly at me.
Well, he didn't... He didn't win, so Dungeons and Dragons won.
On me the whole time.
Yeah.
I have a really bad attention span, like the worst. I can't watch movies. It's hard for me to get through a movie because I have to that's why I like playing video games because I'm doing stuff, actively touching a mouse, a keyboard, whatever it may be.
Huh.
Otherwise, I float off. I can't do it.
So like for you, tactile energy is the way that you promote like participation.
Oh yeah, like even a month or two ago, I bought a fidget spinner, and fidget spinners haven't been relevant in how long? Like a year or two. But I was like, I feel like I actually do need a fidget spinner because if I'm sat, like even when I'm driving, if there's music on, I can feel my teeth like when you go to the dentist, they ask, are you grinding your teeth? And I don't grind. I chop down like to the beat of the saw, and I realize that I'm doing that. I'm like, damn, I'm gonna do some damage to my teeth later in life. So like I have to get. Like I put a pen in my hand, or I just like I said, I just got a fidget spinner. So now I'm using a fidget spinner as I'm driving, so I'm not chopping down because I think I have too much energy stored up that I don't work out or do anything. So I probably need to do that.
You're basically Tony Hawk inside your mouth, and that's just not the place to be Tony Hawk.
No, definitely not. I'm telling you, I'm gonna get to the dentist in 10 years and be like, what have you been doing? I'll just dance into the beat with my teeth.
Just like listening to Mare's Bow with my mouth.
Yeah.
Yeah, wild. But I mean, so like I don't know, like since I have you, I've wrangled you until you decide to hang up the phone. Like I don't know, do any of those words matter to you? I mean, because you can make it as down to earth as you want.
Mean something to me, of course. Sorry, hold on. Let me kick my dogs out of the room. Hold on.
No worries. Yeah, we're just here chilling. Got a person on the chat. Rawr.
They just happened to come in and start going. They actually started doing what Franny said, rawr. They came in and started roaring.
She is she's an animal whisperer. She channeled the inner animal.
Hey. No. She came in and ran to go. So yeah, of course they all mean something to me. I don't know. I think the reason that I divert so much from the topics is getting into deep conversations for me, like honestly, it mentally exhausts me a lot. So I always like to get really short, bursty. I guess that's kind of how my brain works as well, though, is I like short, bursty, like conversations in a way. Like I said, like just asking random questions or getting like to know someone.
Yeah.
That's kind of how my brain works in that way. Because if I have to, honestly, if I start going through such, like you do it so well, and I can tell that you really get passionate about these things and talking about this stuff. And I almost still wish I smoked weed or something, because feel like I could talk to you for hours if I was smoking weed and talking to you, because that's kind of how my brain was working for a while when I was like that. But now, like I say, it just mentally exhausts me, and like the rest of the day, I just feel like, I don't know. It doesn't. Anyway, I can go into. I can go into. Let me see, exploration, social interaction.
I don't want to commit violence on you if it's gonna ruin your Friday.
No, it's not gonna ruin my day. I guess, I can give you short spurts of each one though.
Yeah, do you? Sense. Yeah, for sure.
So like social interaction, I've always been a pretty outgoing social guy. Even in high school, I always pretty much had every clique of each person. I was friends with pretty much every person. In terms of the way of like social interaction and creativity, exploration, social interaction, creativity. I don't know. I guess the exploration to me is also such an open-ended thing. Like exploring your mind, exploring the physical space, exploring. Like I don't know. I don't really know where to take that direction. I don't know. I've already lost it. See, that's my brain shutting down, going, nope, we don't want to get into complex conversation. Shut down.
Yeah. Okay. So yeah, we can facilitate the small burst. Yeah. So it's kind of social interaction. You jump straight to like places you were social in high school. Yeah. Exploration. You kind of quickly. Yeah. You had the wisdom to know that exploration could literally mean anything. Like what does it even mean to explore? There's not much that isn't. And then creativity has its own. It's literally the word itself defines some kind of like limitlessness in a way. But I mean, have you ever played Dungeons and Dragons? Is that a thing? Because I haven't.
No. I know that there's Dungeons and Dragons. I'm a very big video game player. I don't like. I'm not this huge like a physical. Like I know it's a physical board and stuff, and I think you can play Dungeons and Dragons online though. But I think maybe it's the role play of it all that I'm not big into. I know it's a very big role play, but that's where their creativity comes in, right?
Exactly. Yeah.
So I'm creative, and I guess I could get into it. I've had friends that have wanted me to go, but I just don't think. I think I would almost treat it like your Twitch chat. I would just get silly with it, and people would get frustrated because I can't like I say that to me again is another like mentally exhausting thing where I have to put so much brain power and energy, and I already have such a ADHD brain that it's hard for me to focus all that creativity into one space for a long time.
Yeah, well, somebody was telling me their like D&D story this morning. At the risk of losing you, 15 words in, he like
go for it.
He's a very thoughtful person. He's very articulate. He's very meticulous with the kinds of ways he acts in the world. I know I've hit my 15-word limit, and squirrels. But he loved playing D&D because he decided to be this hill dwarf. He decided to be this kind of stupid, kind of dumb, a little mischievous kind of person where he could intentionally make mistakes and allow himself to be a little naive in his role playing, where he could just not think too much. Because he gets exhausted day to day being so thoughtful, but he insists on being thoughtful because the way he wants to be in the world with people. So when he plays D&D, he chooses to be something that doesn't have to be thoughtful at all. So
yeah, that's a good point. That might actually, you're right. Thinking about that, that might be more of an outlet for me to be silly and goofy. Like I could be the jester of the D&D group or whatever that is.
You create a character that emphasizes your kind of sporadic nature that allows you to feel maybe more comfortable as a way to and if you're willing to consider even like a problem for yourself, maybe just doing it on a regular basis would show you the absurdity of it all. If you're doing it in a high dose concentrated space for a few hours and people have to constantly engage with you just being like this kind of like random thing, you may be like, wow, that's a vibe.
Yeah, that's exhausting. That's exhausting for people. I'm not really like that. Socially, I do like keeping things interesting though. I guess the best way I can put it is I hate small talk. With anyone, I hate small talk. So I think I planted that in my brain about years ago, and it just never got out. And so I always just say the most random, like it's almost like I don't have a filter on what my brain is processing, but not in a bad way, not of like, you know, calling people names or anything like that. But
yeah, I understand. Yeah, no, I'm a very similar way. I mean, clearly, I'm not that interested in small talk either. Yeah, definitely.
That's interesting.
We just manifest in very different ways. You want to like yours is almost small talky in like an obtuse way. It's kind of like it is a small talk, but it's going to be a small talk about a thing that you wouldn't consider small talk, like your mattress or something.
Yeah, but it's also, I think sometimes it's to lead into more interesting conversations that can keep be short bursty, like, you know, to get the person into the conversation. So I want to make these conversations to where there's a good back and forth between me and the person, so that it's not, like I say, it's not long-winded a question where they have to answer for a paragraph, and it's not as short to where, like say, it's small talk. So it's almost like the random question about your mattress or whatever it may be is to get you involved, to say your thing back to me, to then say back to you, to then you say back, and that's just like the interactions that I enjoy. That's the social interaction that I enjoy. That's the creativity on my part.
Yeah.
When I explore.
Yeah. No. Yeah. Exactly. You're like, you kind of create this like, you want this wide spread of like dots just hitting lots of different points.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because I guess that's also the way I read. I think, like I say, it's just going around in a circle, but I guess it's just how my brain works. Like, I can't read long paragraphs. I never did well in school with any of that, because, like, say, I float, I can't do it. So when you saw when I was mentioning that, like, Watchmen, or the, the graphic novel, because that to me is, I guess my brain works in comics, right? Because I go from panel to panel to panel to panel, and each panel is different. I can't just go on like a paragraph of a sentence, if that makes sense.
Yeah, it's interesting because, like, I mean, it's asking about ways that you organize a thing, because, like, in a paragraph, isn't there sentence, then sentence, then sentence, then sentence, So, like, well, what's the problem with reading a sentence at a time? Is it kind of like, yeah, it's an interesting distinction. Like, the visual aspect of having a different panel of a picture feels like such
Maybe it's subject, though, because I think, because in a paragraph, the sentences are using the same topic, right, most of the time.
Yeah.
I mean, if you start a new paragraph, you're most likely starting a new topic, same way with emails or whatever it may be. But I guess, like, in the way of a comic and stuff, I guess it's just, there's something new. I'm the same way with, like, action movies. Like, if there's an action movie, I can watch it all day because I'm involved, I'm in there. But if there's, like, Will gets mad at me because I say I don't like when there's too much talking. He hates that. That's, like, his biggest pet peeve, is when I say I hate that there's too much talking. But to me, like, that's just how my brain works. That's just how I can't process it. That's it. It's just, maybe I need to take Adderall. I've never taken Adderall in my life. People have always said take Adderall, but I don't want to even get involved.
Well, yeah. Without, like, making this too much of a discussion about, like, some kind of, like, psychoanalysis, like some kind of cross-reference of you, but, like, it could be a short answer to this seemingly forever question. How much do you think of that is just based out of fear? Because it seems like it could be fear-driven. I don't know you at all, but it seems like there may be a fear of, like, figuring out that you do or don't know a certain things, or you do or don't have control. It becomes like a control thing. It becomes like if you aren't in the space of relevance within a thing, you feel left out. So there's this kind of social fear. There's this anxiety of not being, like, in control or present, But if the topic changes often enough, there isn't room for it to get out of control,
Yeah.
Like,
one sec,
yeah.
My dog's in here again, being annoying.
No worries.
She's like 70 pounds, and she always tries to sit on my lap. She's the biggest baby ever.
That's adorable.
I have to, like, coddle her to lay down. Yeah, I know what you're saying. We had already spoken briefly about my claustrophobia.
Yeah,
and
exactly.
I have a fear of, like, control, of not having control. I guess that's like you say, that might be it, of the fear of, like, if I'm not running this sentence, or if I'm not, well, maybe it is, maybe it's, I didn't want to say it's not like if I'm not running the show, because that sounds like very bossy. Maybe I am bossy though. That's what I'm saying. I guess I'm trying to steer away from saying that phrase because it sounds like a negative.
Yeah, no, I don't think you sound bossy. It's just kind of like when you ask questions about the mattress. You clearly have a certain degree of insight about the mattress, hence your ability to ask that question. But if someone was to go on and talk about like the effect of different mattresses on sleep patterns and research that has been done and spinal health and then like the amount of like they get to this kind of conversation, you'll get to a point where you're like, I just wanted to know what fucking mattress you have, and you were done, right?
See, I would be interested in that. That I would be interested in.
Yeah.
I would.
Okay.
Like the science of sleep is probably one of the more interesting things in the world to me. Like I love. Have you ever do you ever watch any of Joe Rogan's podcasts or anything?
Nope. I mean, I know who he is, but I cannot say that I frequent them in any way.
My girlfriend absolutely hates Joe Rogan, but I listen to his podcast, and he had a really good. Hold on, I'm getting a call. Yeah, give me 1 sec. Hold on.
You're good. So I'm here talking to D-Phrase, just a person who's been coming to the chat the past few weeks, and we're just talking about exploration, social interaction, creativity, ways of exploring that, sensitivities of that. Yeah, it's not an easy space to talk about, but I'm curious to know what you think, what you feel, and things like that. So D-Phrase is back, so give him the floor.
What were we talking about?
I was just giving my spiel. You're good.
Talk about this. So Joe Rogan had a guy 2.5 hours talking about sleep, and it was very interesting about sleep. And he just to summarize, he was talking about sleep leading to cancer-borne illnesses, or not cancer-borne, but cancer-like illnesses and heart attacks and stuff. It was very interesting.
Huh. I mean, if you
think about how sleep is affecting our day, affects us physically and mentally.
If you want to talk about that for 8 hours, send me an email. I'm not
totally.
Yeah.
Yeah, we could do that.
You gotta hit me up, send me an email, and if people vote for it, we'll talk about sleep for 8 hours. Seriously.
I don't even know if Joe Rogan and that guy could have talked about sleep for 8 hours. Well, maybe that guy could have, the scientist or whatever.
Yeah. Well,
there was one thing. I'll just say one thing because it was really interesting. He was saying about when the time changes, when the time jumps forward or something. There's a 23% increase in heart attacks for that day, and when it goes back, there's a 23% decrease in heart attacks just for that one day because of the hour difference.
Yeah, that makes sense to me.
Yeah.
Yeah, our biological clocks and the way pressure deals with that is wild. Yeah.
Yeah, I thought that was really awesome.
Yeah, that's cool.
All right, Dungeons and Dragons, creativity, exploration.
No, I mean, I feel like you like it more just being on the chat and popping random questions. You can do that if you feel more comfortable there.
No, I want to keep you on topic. If I'm gonna be a guest on your beloved show, I can't be the troll in chat anymore. I gotta be the distinguished guest.
We are the beloved and the distinguished. Wow, these are some accolades you're throwing around.
We have to be the role models. We have to be who everyone looks up to.
We have to be worth your money. We have to be influencers. We have to be icons.
Yeah.
Wow, I want to hurt myself after that. I do not promote hurting yourself.
I think though, just going back to kind of what we were talking about yesterday for a little bit, I think, I would love to see, I think this is relevant because I think it's your exploration, your social interaction, your creativity is pretty much all bundled in this project you're doing, in this Twitch thing you're doing. This is what you wanted to explore. You wanted to have social interaction on these topics, and you wanted to use your creative, outlet to show your books, your, all sorts of things. I guess it's just like I hate the idea of like you not having I hate the idea of you not succeeding because of the format as opposed to the idea. Do you understand what I'm saying?
I do, yeah.
I like the idea of you sharing what you're doing and stuff, but I still think that you should just maybe I would just keep exploring boring, just chatting. And I hate to say that like it's all about the money because I don't want it to be about money, but it's about, and I don't want to say it's about exposure, but it's definitely about exposure. It's more about exposure than the money, I think.
Definitely, I think there's becomes a lot of different questions about how to expose and what to expose, and of course numbers matter. Like if we're talking about something that I care about and that I want to engage with people about, I need people, and so the idea is that the more people, the better. And like I don't disagree, but like yesterday, some kid from Brazil showed up for like 15 minutes, and he was like, "What is this?" And he's like, "Are you a researcher?" And then I kind of talked to him for a minute, and he says he's going to school for like forest engineering. And then I asked him to give me something as before he left, because I said I was going to get back to work. I'll see him later, but give me something before you leave. And he gave me this Brazilian song, and he literally just said, "I'll share you something from my native land. Being able to do this, you just made my day." And like I know those little personal accolades can come across as really tropey and very like SPCA, kind of like look at the puppies kind of thing, but it was plenty. Like I said yesterday, I know I'm just repeating myself, but if I only do this for the next 2 months and I have just a couple interactions like that, that's hype, you know. And like I definitely I like, because I appreciate the support, and I like that you're here because you're saying in a way that you value what's going on here, and there is this emotional stake of you just being like, it would suck if you couldn't keep doing this because you think it's not completely stupid, which is a far cry from what I thought less than 3 weeks ago. I thought me doing this was completely insane. It's like self-gratifying and nothing but masturbatory, like, look at me. But like I don't feel like it's that, but I can't help but think that that's a thing that could exist in the space, and I'm trying to work through that. And the fact that you exist as someone who doesn't really know me, but you're like present and engaged, is like telling me it's not completely masturbatory bullshit, which is nice.
Yeah, I think even if like, so you could go through these next couple months, even if because I think you even mentioned yesterday, it's not even succeeding and failing in this space, in this medium, right?
Yeah.
It's about you just getting it out there and doing and just doing it. Really, you just want to do it, whether something in the end works out. And I guess I think what happens is every time you mention Patreon or you mention living off of doing this, I think that's the only time like it just comes back to me. Like I'm just like, well, you can't live off this if you don't do this, and you can't get Patreons if you don't. That's just, I mean, because put aside the Patreon and getting the money for it, I think it's great. That's what I'm saying. I think as a hobby and as an idea, it's great. Even if you went back after 2 or 3 months and you went back to your full-time job, if you came on here on a Saturday even, or on a Friday, but not for 8 hours, if you came on for 2 or 3 hours, 4 hours, I feel like you would get more. I still feel like you would get more traction once a week on a Saturday or Sunday for 2 or 3 hours, or if not, at the same traction, even for exactly what you're doing.
Yeah, and it's funny. I mean, it does ask challenging social questions about the nature of value. I'm aware that what I like and what you highlight that you like are present, and I am throwing in my own little token of like, how about we talk about value and what money is and what we use money for, and like the way people get defensive about money, because they do, and like you are, in a way that's very sensitive and subtle, but you're getting defensive, and like the questions of how people value money and what they're willing to put towards it. The fact that I'm getting $60 a month right now from people, mostly people that know me, it's suggesting the reason they're giving me money isn't even for the project I'm doing. They're giving me money because they believe as a person I'm going to use that investment well. And like Franny said yesterday, I only plan on doing this for like another 8 months or so at most. If I get 400 people, I'm only going to do this until I start my PhD in the fall. This is just kind of like literally a spring summer activity. And so that ends up being $40 per person over 8 months. So 400 people at $40 per person would pay for my life to do this the next 8 months. And it takes a certain class, a certain privilege, a certain type of person to be able to just throw $40 out the window. That is not something that doesn't cross my mind. I'm literally that person that it would be a thing for. But the fact that I've gotten people who are like undergraduate college students, or like also people in their mid-20s struggling on their day-to-day, willing to throw out their like coffee once or twice a week to let me sit at a desk, because they're like, I could have coffee twice this week at Starbucks, or I can let this guy sit at a desk if a couple hundred other people agree with me. And they're willing, so far they've been willing to say, I agree, because they value this. Because like I was talking this with Franny last night. It's this idea of most things we want and most things we engage with on a daily basis don't cost money anyways. Like the music we listen to, the content we stream on the internet, our Instagrams, our Twitters, our YouTubes, none of that costs us any money to do all the things we want to engage with. So like, I don't think there's any amount of, I have no illusions that there's any amount of engagement I could offer that's worth money. I really don't think there's any party trick I could pull that's really worth that much money. I think most people that engage with the internet, if they have good content or not, most people that engage with that content get it for free, and there happen to be, and then they are just playing a numbers game. Like, do you know the music reviewer Anthony Fantano?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, he has.
Drop, baby.
Yeah, he has like 2 million subscribers. He has millions of people watching his videos daily. He gets jack shit on Patreon. He makes like nothing off of his Patreon. And he offers private talks. He offers all these social barriers that I'm not interested in. Because like part of my inspiration for this was like there's a YouTuber named David Bruce, and I don't mean to call him out on here because this is a public forum, but like I guess I have to call him out now that I'm talking about it. He has a YouTube. It's for mostly classical music. He's very popular in the classical music community for his YouTube platform. He has a Patreon, and I emailed him a few times. I had a few questions about his platform, about what he talks about on his YouTube channel, because I'm really invested in classical music. And I emailed him once, didn't hear an answer. Emailed again, saying maybe you missed it. Emailed a third time, saying not sure if it slipped through your inbox. He finally responded to me saying that basically he couldn't talk to me because I didn't pass his Patreon threshold paywall of the level of people he could email and respond back to. So, but I don't think he's a bad person, and I think it's a nature of what happens on those platforms. People paywall themselves as a social experience, and it's literally the opposite of what I'm doing. I'm trying to make myself a free social experience, and you offering me money simply lets me be a free social experience, because I do understand there are time constraints and emotional constraints. There's all kinds of constraints that go into why we don't share or socialize and things like these rituals that we're like talking about as sensitive. There's definitely a reason why people do or don't do them. And and I don't think there's any amount of activity I could offer that's worth that much money. Because if Anthony Fantano has millions of people that want to hear his opinions, but I think he maybe gets a couple $100 a month on Patreon, if that. Like I'm almost making like a quarter of what Anthony Fantano makes on Patreon, and I clearly don't have a quarter of the followers he does.
Yeah, but he definitely makes a living from it. He doesn't have a day job.
Of course, yeah, no, yeah.
Money somewhere. He's making somewhere through sponsors, through ads.
Exactly, yeah.
Through AdSense.
Yeah, he has a different sense of revenue. So, but it definitely, Patreon is a format. I don't think you get money for the content you make that often, which is like an odd thing to say. I think most successful Patreons probably don't have that much of a content they're offering in a strange way. It's almost like it's a supporting a way of life. Like most bands or something that have Patreons, sure, they'll do things like get the album early, get pre-releases, get behind the scenes things. But people who really give money to a band on Patreon are really just saying, I want this band to continue to exist. And sure, they get a product, they get a music that comes out of that. And mine is more ephemeral. It's kind of saying there's a certain way of life I'm cultivating that I would like to continue existing. And that is self-centered. That's me saying I think what I'm doing matters, but then it's this weird kind of vulnerability because I'm saying, do you think what I'm doing matters? And I'm getting my answer. To you, that answer is no, which is fine. I don't feel like attacked by that. But your short answer, what you told me yesterday, was like, I do not value what you do every day enough to give you $5 a month, which is like, fine. I'm not upset at you. I'm not bothered by that. It's like, I appreciate that difference, but that's like clarity at least, that you don't find the space I exist in that meaningful, which is okay. Like, it's at least not meaningful enough for your money.
I find it meaningful. I would give you $5 in a second. I should have given you $5. I didn't. I think I went to go do it, and I didn't have my Patreon info or something like that. But I think the way that it works for Twitch Twitch, just generally speaking, now going to a simple thing is the subscribers. I think Twitch subscribers is where the money comes in. If that's the case, and that doesn't then doesn't leave you behind a paywall, because that just means you don't single out people that are subscribed. You interact with everyone. You'll see. I mean, and that will come in time if you keep up with it. You become a partner with Twitch. They give you $2.50 for every person that subscribes. That's really where all the money is right now for the people that are on Twitch.
Yeah,
the just chatting streamers and all those people are making their money through subscribers.
Yeah, and I don't know much about this space, so you can tell me about it sometime. But like, what I've noticed is that a lot of people that encourage subscriibers offer private chat days. They offer.
No, not a lot. Not a lot of them. This is the thing. There was just a great video I watched yesterday about. Do you know about Penguin Z0 or
No.
Penguin? I guess his name is.
No.
He basically goes on rants about people and stuff. But he went on a rant yesterday, actually, funnily enough, about his title was worst or greediest Twitch streamer ever or something. And so this you should watch it, if not just for the entertaining purposes of she says to him, or she says to her chat, you think this is free? I sit here every day. You think this is free? I need you guys to pay, subscribe, do this, do that. And so he goes on about how entitled she is, this and that. It's not about that. It's about the interact. A lot of normal streamers would never, ever think about that. They get subscribers, they love it. Some people push their subscribers. The other thing is do you know about the Twitch Prime stuff?
I know nothing about Twitch. I just use it as a way to show a video to talk to people. I'm not really a.
So if you have a Amazon Prime account, so if you use Amazon and you have Amazon Prime, which most people do nowadays, you get a free subscription. You don't have to pay any money at all. If you've paid your Amazon Prime account and you have Amazon Prime, you can basically give them $2.50 for free, because it's a $5 subscription for free, but Twitch takes half of that, so it's $2.50. So that's what people push, is the idea that if you're paying for Amazon Prime and you enjoy my content, you might as well just use your Amazon Prime free thing on me. So everyone wins. It's like a win-win, right? Everyone wins.
Well, yeah, but yeah,
it's going to waste.
Then they're choosing which single person gets that, you know?
Exactly, but that's what subscribing is, and that's what I do. I use my free Amazon Prime one on one person, and then if the next person I think deserves, I pay $5 a month, which I do. I think Will pays about $15 a month across like 3 different subscribers. So he pays his $5 a month to these people that he enjoys, and he wants to support them and what they're doing. I think that's Patreon. I think is a good way. I think Patreon is to paywall-y, like you say, because it's like people use it for, and I hate to use this as like an example, but like girl streamers use it for like their Snapchat and for this and that.
Well, no, yeah, but I mean, I think the only thing I'm offering through it is I am being a bit like, I have to consolidate a poll, and I have to consolidate the options people make for Friday, and I'm using Patreon for that. I tried to use Twitch for that. Twitch isn't set up that well to let me do polls that well.
Discord would be another good way. If you get your Discord going, they can do it through that as well, because Discord is...
Yeah, but
I think when you mention the word Patreon, they think that you're pushing for money. That's the only thing.
Yeah, I mean, and just because people don't read, and like, yeah, and I am playing with cultural assumptions. Yeah. This whole project is nothing but like fighting cultural assumptions of time and energy and resources. I get that. It's because like my little corner of the internet, my little Patreon, Twitch, YouTube setup that I have, and now the little Discord connect. These like 4 platforms, the way I use them, due to my lack of knowledge of them, is so unorthodox that people are like, "What the fuck is going on?" You know?
Yeah.
And they either run away instantly, or they stick around long enough to like maybe listen. But I'm playing I'm at best I'm playing a game of luck and gambling at that point.
Yeah. I like I say, I really enjoy. I do honestly. I know I said it was mentally exhausting, but I really do enjoy the content, the idea.
Oh, no, I feel it. Yeah, because you're here. Yeah, I definitely feel it.
Yeah, and you have people that enjoy the content. You've had like 10 people in here at one time. I've seen 9 or 10 people, and like last Friday we were all interacting, and that was fun and stuff like that. But the problem is like getting 9 or 10 people to then stick to your script for 8 hours. I think maybe your length of time might be a little too long as well. Maybe that might be it.
Well, no. I mean, I don't need numbers all the time. I like that it's a fluid thing because the conversation changes over hours. I like that someone in this time zone can come in and someone else, because I know 9 to 5 is business hours in Eastern Standard Time Zone, you know. But like if someone's in California, maybe they get up at 7 in the morning and they're about to hit us up because they're like before they go to work they might stop by here. I've had California, I've had Brazil, I've had different people around the world, and I like that the mood changes over 8 hours, and there are lulls. Like right now, there's no one in this chat, and partially because people have shown up, heard me talking on the phone to you, and they're hearing this inbred. Because I mean, it's meaningful to us because we know the lines we're coming through, but they're hearing this very inbred Twitch streamer talking about Twitch, talking about they're hearing a content creator talking about ways to create content. And they're like, this is fucking dumb, and they're out, you know. So I've had multiple people come in and out this past half-hour conversation we've been having and just walk away because they're just like they're not doing anything. Other than like existing in the zeitgeist that they're trying to create, and that's not fun or meaningful or useful.
I gotcha.
Yeah, so like, but totally, I'm like, so like, people have popped in and out already, which I'm not upset, I'm not bothered. I'm not like, no part of it. I've enjoyed talking with you more than that because they didn't stay and ask questions, that's for sure.
Yeah, or even just say hello and like, hey, how's it going?
Yeah. I mean. Yeah. I think the little prompts I have on the screen do enough to like if people really want to engage, they know what to engage with.
Yeah.
Do any of these words matter to you? That's a straight enough question.
Yeah.
But yeah, no, it's interesting. I know. I think everything that's happening is like I'm learning a lot. I think that's essentially what I'm saying. That like you're telling me things that I've either haven't heard yet, and you're teaching me for the first time, or I've heard from other places just in the past 3 weeks, because like social media is not my vibe. I'm clearly a closeted, very hermited person who also enjoys being I love the social interactions I create with people and they create with me, but I'm not an internet like figure. So me being in front of a camera feels weird.
Is this your first time doing anything like this?
Is this your first time? Yes, it is.
That's cool.
Yeah.
So, but like, I mean, like, did you ever do like a lot of social speaking for anything else? Did you organize anything? I guess that's my question.
No, not really. I mean, I've been a teacher. I've taught at community colleges and state colleges. And I've taught in classrooms for years because I've taught as a TA all through grad school, and then I was an adjunct professor for a while after school. And yeah, teaching, so that kind of social space, but it's a very different one. It's very curated in a way this isn't.
I mean, I wish you had more constant back and forth. I feel like you definitely have the energy to do it. That's why I like being here for you, because you just get some of that energy out for you, even if it's in bullshit form of me talking about stupid stuff. Then
Yeah.
Then normally I do try to, if someone comes in and starts talking about what you want to talk about, I do kind of quiet up a little bit if I can.
Yeah, no, but you don't always have to. But I think I'm gonna go to the bathroom, and then I think I'm gonna hang up and go to the bathroom, and then I'll just come back on here and maybe talk with some people. But this has been good. I'm glad you called, and we'll probably do it again.
All right, man.
All right, it was good chat with you, man.
Yeah, man. I'll talk to you.
Yeah, see you. I'll be right back. So yeah, we are here to chat about these things. I've had a fun morning already. In the past couple hours, I've learned a lot that I had no idea about before. And I'm here to chill, here to chat. Dungeons and Dragons, exploration, social interaction, creativity. Do any of these words matter to you? That's kind of where we're at today. That's our point of departure. People voted, people submitted. This is what they wanted. So if you're one of those people, tell me things about it. I have no idea. I've never played this game before. I don't know. There's other things I have insights to, things I feel, but not my program. It's your program. And if you don't know what I'm talking about, ask questions. Let's figure it out. Yeah, I'm here until 5 p.m. So I got my water. I got my sunflower friend. We're killing it. These are the notes I've taken so far this morning about what people have said. I've been doing this since 9, so for about 2 hours, Eastern Standard Time. And yeah, I've heard a few different stories about different aspects of those things. Either Dungeons and Dragons or people's relationships to that little triad of exploration, social interaction, creativity. I've heard a little bit about the mixing of those things. And then I had a good little chat with my new friend D-Phrase. We had a good little chat. It was good. But now I'm kind of waiting around for the humans. The humans meaning you, anyone who's hearing this, to talk with these things. You don't have to say much. It's not a crazy space. Your chat will be saved for 7 minutes exactly on this little bubble docket. It'll scroll down the page and cover my face. So if you want to cover my face, talk. If you don't want to cover my face, I'll move over here while you talk. It's flexible. It's a beautiful system. We'll figure it out. Sunflower knows best. Yeah, I heard someone told me their story about their Dungeons and Dragons character, why they created it, what it was. It was funny. As an opportunity for them to reflect themselves, reflect others, be more comfortable with a part of themselves that they don't normally show by exacerbating it or being really extreme about it, kind of being overly clumsy or overly naive, and because they feel secretly that they're pretty clumsy and naive. By just gauging people's reactions and becoming at ease with that, it's like an interesting therapeutic tool. These kinds of social spaces that allow for that. Like apparently D&D is that for some people. Interesting. I've never played the game. I have no perception about it. In general, I'm into like video games and stuff. I used to be a lot more. I don't as much. I read a lot of books, write a lot of music, other things that are as antisocial apparently. But yeah, the instigations that come out of any of these words, bring it on. So far today what I've got is this philosopher, Michel Foucault. I was reading this book this lecture he gave called Hermeneutics of the Subject, which is like the study of the subject. Like basically how do we go about learning about subjects, sometimes meaning us as a subject, a person, an individual, an identity. And he said this it was basically about the knowledge of oneself as a means of caring for oneself, and also the knowledge of oneself as a means of knowing and caring for others, which seems to play into all of this. Like, how do you know yourself? How do you use your knowledge of yourself to care about yourself? And how does that relate to how you know and care for others? And the relationship between those things. That's what's floating in the back of my mind in regards to all of this, is the knowledge and care for yourself and others. Yeah. So we're just taking notes over here. Taking notes about it. thinking. Right now I'm just drawing a picture because no good notes are good without a couple fun pictures. So I'm making it happen. I'm not a good artist. Look at my constellation of stars. I got a tree up here with a little spider. We're talking about fear and things like that. So there's a little tree of fear with a little spider guy. Yeah, I don't know. I might be insane. We're not sure yet. The jury's out. But yeah, we're here. We're chilling. If anyone has something to say, I know some people are just lurking. It's really cool. I'm not against that at all. If you're interested in what I'm even doing here, you can scroll down for info. I think just scroll down on the Twitch stream or look at my Patreon. I'm not asking for your money. Just that's where I put all the info because I do have some supporters. I do have people that want to let me continue doing this, so they support me through Patreon. I don't really use Twitch subscribers or anything like that. Yeah. I'm pretty new to this platform in general. I've been doing this for this is my 3rd week doing this. So wow, it's been 3 weeks. It's wild. Time flies when you're alive. Yeah, and so I'm chilling here. Yesterday, I was reading a book and I took notes and I drew a picture of a pig in my notes. So it's a book about the physics of sound basically. And our perception, our physiological perception of those physical things. And I drew a pig because it felt perception, physics, pig. 3 P's. Three P's for pun. Oh, man. I have a stutter, so I could win pun, and it would have been even more integrated. We're getting off topic. I'm talking myself off the topic. I need a banana. I'll be right back. Yeah, so here we are. Got a banana. I haven't eaten much this morning, so this is my breakfast. This is a very multi-inspirational stream. Lots of different points of departure. Possibly getting told that I have bad manners. Or good manners, depending on how you feel. Cultural differences and all that. Burping at the table is a subjective experience. Yeah, I am curious about this topic. I really am. It was submitted to me by one of my patrons. Everybody else voted for it. The whole world can vote. You don't have to be a patron to vote, but you do have to be a patron to submit. But you can submit someone else's ideas, so it's not a paywall of ideas. It's just kind of a paywall for effort. If you're willing to type out an email, it costs $5. I'm being funny, okay? It's funny. I'm wearing a leg. No, I'm not. That was a joke from something else that happened. But the ability to be available for any of these things seems difficult. A lot of the topics we've been talking about the past few weeks all cycle back to vulnerability, but no one's brought that up as the topic. So it'll be interesting to see if someone brings up vulnerability in the next few weeks. Because one person mentioned, it's like an order of events thing. One person was talking about social interaction as a kind of buffer to allow for exploration and creativity. Like you watch a TV show with a friend, you show them a music video, you play a video game with them, and then that social interaction can lead to an exploratory space, which then becomes a creative interaction between a group of people. someone else posited a very concentrated effort in solitude of exploration and creativity, sussing out this highly specific space that's very refined and like highly curated, like making a cup. If you're like some kind of a like if you're somebody who does ceramics, you like make a plate or a cup or a bowl, and then you give it to someone, and then they're able to use that in their daily life. And this potential for social interaction through facilitation, using your creativity and your exploration to facilitate a way of engaging with someone's life. It is a form of social interaction. And it's not as a direct one. You're not like having a conversation with words in real time. Real time being right now, ASAP. But it can allow for asking them questions over time. Like they're like, I wonder how they made this plate, or I wonder like different things about this and this that they gave me, or like a sculpture they put in my house, whatever. Art, like creating a body of work that you then give to someone can become a very rich social interaction over an extended period of time. I just had an idea. Yeah, so I was just thinking, there's this composer, kind of sound artist that I like, named Anea Lockwood. She's great. She did these recordings where she recorded her walking down the one of this really long river, the Danube River, and then she made like this 3-hour piece of music, which organizes those recordings in different ways. And so she literally explored the Danube River. She curated and organized the sound experience in a creative way, and that allows for this social endeavor of different conversations she's having about ways to connect with nature, different ways to connect with other people through nature maybe, or through this exploration. So that's lovely. I have to think about that a little more. But Anea definitely makes the list for today of people who do that in a way that I've experienced that I find meaningful. Anea Lockwood, Danube. I'll write that. Just in case people want to look at that or hear any of it. Probably not all 3 hours. Most people probably aren't interested in hearing 3 hours of like organized water sounds, but it's a choice. Yeah. So we're just chilling here. If someone comes in the next 6.5 minutes, they can see that. Time and space are organized in a way that sometimes make people look ridiculous. Time and space affects perception. If you have space without time, and you have time without space, the perception can be different. Now that just doesn't seem to make much sense. Well, you're getting the right answer to the wrong question, all right? Okay. Why was I doing that? I have like, hey human robot, what's up? Good to see you. This is our topic for today. We're talking about, yeah, I'm glad to see you. It's been a while. I'm good. We've had a couple good chats this morning. I've done this today. So far that's my notes for today. It's a bit strange, but this is people voted for this topic. They want Dungeons and Dragons, exploration, social interaction, creativity. My only question is, do any of these words matter to you? I'm not either. I've never played D&D in my life, ever, and I've learned a little bit today about it. Time, yeah. I've learned a little bit about it, but I guess that's not the only point of departure here. What about the second part of that, the exploration, social interaction, and creativity? Yeah, do those things matter? Are those important to you? How do you try and connect them together? Like, is there ways you go about connecting those things? Exploration, social interaction, creativity. Yeah, I'm down for some social interaction. Yeah, of course. Like, but I think we're all maybe a little interested in all three things. But like, how do we mix them together? Is it important for us to mix them together? I've had a couple of different people give me different answers this morning, but just about how they organize that kind of triad of energies. Now that the Wuhan virus is out, I'm not familiar with what you just said, but I believe you. I believe that you're a pro, though. I have no doubt about that. There's 444 places in Wuhan province in China. Oh, okay. I didn't know about this. Wow, that's a harsh joke. Wow, whoa, that's crazy. That's sad. I don't mind D&D as one-shots, but I haven't had the chance to try out yet. I know those games tend to drag on forever. Yeah. Yeah, for sure. I mean, if you don't know much about them, that's fine. It's kind of, I guess, yeah. I'd be okay with focusing on the second part. Kind of like, how is it important to you to find spaces in which you can explore, be creative, and have social interaction all happen at the same time? What does that mean for you? Is it important? Yeah, it's an open-ended question, but I think there's the way we go about that is interesting. Yeah, because I've had some people tell me that they use social interaction as a buffer. I go for a weekly meetup called Artivity when we meet, chat, and draw. Nice. Sometimes I bring my games and offer people to play test my levels. Nice, yeah, that's so cool. Have you had any good feedback from that? And limited feedback. Yeah, I downloaded it. I haven't played it, and it's been 2 weeks, and that's stupid. Yeah, you did tell me it's gonna be really hard. But I have it. I do have it. I managed to get it off the WeTransfer file, so not a big deal. Yeah, I know. I know it's not. I'm very familiar with these kinds of things. Sharing's hard. That's literally why we're here. Yeah. Yeah. I haven't had like a good 2-3 hours to just sit there and chill with it, and I really want to. That's why I haven't done it yet, because I just want to dive in. I was actually thinking about doing it this weekend, because I work Sunday at my cheese cave job, but Saturday I've got some time. It punishes winning and highly encourages. That's funny. I'm excited to play it. I really am. I was telling my friend Dan about it when you first sent it to me, and he was interested too. Yeah, no, that's always the case. Yeah. You just have to focus the failing as a way of learning. Yeah, but I did listen to the Johnny Greenwood and all that other stuff you sent me. Yeah, they're like, it was a good little constellation to add to things I've been listening to. I've been listening to them in and out, so yeah, thanks for that. I don't know why. I obviously knew Johnny Greenwood and knew some of his other projects. I didn't know some of that other stuff you had sent, but all of it clicks, all of it vibes. So it's kind of just in my rotation now and leading me other places. And just having those names and the familiarity with those names has led me to other music and other artists just in the past couple weeks. So I'm just kind of getting my feet wet. I don't really have any big finds yet to express or share, but I'm happy to have my foot dipped into another pool and see where that goes. So if anything, you changed my life. Laugh at that if you want, but you did. Yeah, he tends to really take on projects that adhere to what he's good at, and that's not to say he's inflexible by any means, because he is. He has a lot of abilities to be adapt. He's very adaptable, but he always makes sure to the things he's involved with always seem to be very much in his domain in a way. Like I'm never surprised by like what he puts out, but I think it's always exactly what should be there, you know? So he's really tasteful in the space he occupies. It's cool. Has the artivity thing like changed the way you like has that? I did join earlier, but I had to take some meds, so I wasn't around too much. Yeah, no worries. No worries at all. People have been floating in and out. Yeah, this artivity thing, has it changed the way, has this social interaction, has this space changed the way you do your art? Has it had like a meaningful impact by adding that kind of social space? And like, do you feel for the better, for the worse? Yeah, like what aspects of that social interaction have you felt had some kind of impact on your creativity and the way you want to explore creative stuff? It was needed. Okay. I'm grateful for the organizer, Aaron, for it. Yeah. Okay. Awesome. Because I need a regular break from the monotony of work. Okay, so it's kind of like it's this break because you tend to be rather secluded in your work, so the social interaction is this kind of very different thing. Huh. If I had to play like a funny game, if I had to do like pick 2 out of the 3, this would be like so hard for me. But making games in isolation, yeah, exactly. So like this kind of extremely tedious. Huh. I don't know who Tim Ruswick is, but I'll take his name down and look up what he's done later. You've turned him into a social being by simply saying his name. You've helped Tim out. I don't even know if he's alive, but he made a game called Philophobia, which is a game about the fear of love. Oh, yeah, or Philophobia. Yeah. Huh. So he basically, I mean, I'm not, with what we're talking about, he used his exploration of the world and his creativity to facilitate ways of understanding social interactions, right? He's been streaming the I Feel Entertainment. Yeah, of course, yeah. These platforms are never as conducive as to in person. I'm starting a Discord. I've never used it. I don't know how to use it, but I'm starting a Discord channel that I'm gonna have people like be able to voice chat on the channel. Would you be interested at some point being one of the people on speakerphone on the chat to where you would like actually converse out loud rather than through type? Some people just prefer texting. So yeah, I don't know. I'm gonna cool. Yeah. So I might bring your voice up on Discord at some point if you want to just chat over here. Because I don't like being the only one in front of the camera. I sound like a goof all the time. Whatever. I'm sure we all think we sound goofy to some degree or another. But yeah, I just don't like my face being the center of the chat as much. And if I have another voice here, that at least helps alleviate that kind of dominant tension a little bit. Yeah, but do you think Tim's game did a good job of like illuminating the social that kind of ability of social interaction through this creative space he made? His game is pretty effective in conveying the fear of love and the uncertainty of it. So does that in turn make him a type of social person, you know? Yeah, does it make him a type of social person in that he's created a thing that people can then understand social networks through? That he's at least been a social enough creature to understand how to convey a social energy? It just asks questions of different ways people engage in being social and what being social can mean. Because I think, some people, it can't be a certain kind of social that most people would ask questions like, what does it mean to be social? I'd be interested in hearing if you feel like making games is a form of interaction, something that exists, which surprises me. Yeah, why does it surprise you? Someone even made a game to propose to his girlfriend. Yeah. No, yeah, I've heard of stuff like that for sure. I'm interested, like, about that surprise. because making games is a lot of effort to me as opposed to just going out. Yeah. I mean, so some people are really going out of their way to connect in the only manner that they know how. Yes. Yeah, no, because that's, I mean, for me, because I relate to the reason I got so emphatic just then, because that's how I feel. That's like why I created this platform, because I feel so alienated in a certain way, and I don't feel very comfortable in these spaces at all. Even though I've been told otherwise, I've been told I seem adaptable to this, but I'm like, like that's why I write music. I write music as a means of creating social interaction, as a means of, to me, I made the game to communicate the idea and feeling of failure. Yeah, and how necessary failure is. Yeah, that's so beautiful. Yeah, because I write music as a social experience. I write music because I want to engage with the people that I'm writing the music for, the people that play the music, you know? Of course it gets listened to, and that's another social experience. And my biggest social experience comes from the people playing it. How do I engage with a person's body, the instrument that they've become, like a relationship they've developed with an instrument over so many years and so much practice and proficiency? How do I come in and ask them questions and investigate that in a way that reflects myself and also meaningfully reflects them and creates this relationship? And for me, that social interaction has been like everything. My whole life is based around instigating and enriching that relationship, which it creates music. People listen to music. That's another social interaction. But right now in my life, that's almost secondary. The making of the music with a musician has been so important to me. Yeah. But yeah, I totally, and for me that's a social activity. And I like that this idea of to communicate in the manner that people know how. That's really lovely. Which, I mean, makes sense to me, because the person who submitted this topic, they sent me like 3-4 paragraphs, and all those paragraphs were basically about the idea of how Dungeons and Dragons has allowed them to be more social and explore a creative aspect of their lives that they didn't know how to tap into otherwise. So Dungeons and Dragons gave them this outlet to connect in a way that was meaningful. When the characters are an extension of the self and the campaign is a form of escapism. Yeah. And escapism isn't always a bad thing. I don't think you're framing it as a bad thing here, but I liked that it created a form of escapism that could sometimes make them, like one person was talking about, they're a very sensitive person. They're very like aware of their actions. They're very much attempting to be and do the right thing all the time. So in their D&D campaign, they sought out to be a clumsy, kind of naive, a bit doofus of a character, to allow themselves to allow themselves a lightness, allow themselves a chance to like mess up, allow themselves a chance to fall and fumble in this social setting. And that falling and fumbling in this very controlled, experimental social setting has taught them ways in their life they could let go of this kind of perfectionist complex they have. So yeah, definitely, yeah. I think but escapism is often seen as a negative thing to some people, because escapism is like, you have an identity, you've relegated that identity, and that identity is the one you've either chosen the right identity or you've chosen the wrong one if you're trying to get away from it. And these really fixed ideas of identity, I think, is where people get into thinking escapism is bad. Because like, if you're trying to escape your identity, you're either wrong about the identity you had, or you're not going towards the thing that's already correct. And it's strange. Yeah, it's so weird. I used a lot of superlatives there. I know that, but people seem, in my experience, to feel this way sometimes. That there's a right way to be, a right way to act, and they're either doing it correctly or they're doing it incorrectly, but know the right way. And it gets weird. Also, can you read this chat? I just added it this week, and it's like a new feature, and I'm not sure. I can't really make the text change size that much, but okay, legible, sweet. I assumed it was helpful because the chat was way too transitory before. Yeah, that too. Because before people would come in and they didn't know what we were talking about, but this at least holds the last 15 or so or 20 or so messages, so people can kind of catch up what's going on if they're interested. So, like, how do you engage in this escapism, this kind of like moderation of escapism? Do you find it necessary? Yeah, that's curious to me. Like, I'm a very fluid person. I don't really identify with too many things too readily, at least in a conscious way. So escapism is a weird word for me. I don't really relate to it that much, but I'm curious how other people might. I do so in another manner because I cannot stop drawing and come up with ideas. So this like constant flux of images and ideas is where you like okay. So yeah, you have this addiction to like create, and you just kind of have found a space in which you can funnel all those creations into something meaningful or worthwhile. Huh. But like, do you see that as a form of escapism? Or do you find that as like you defining an identity that's just very clear? Because it sounds like to me you're just kind of, you have a very strong, clear perception of how you evaluate all these social and creative and exploratory energies. And it's funny that you used the word addiction there. You can come back to it if you want. I'm just curious why you would call it an addiction so readily. That's run a thought wild. What do you mean? You mean just? I mean, yeah, you just kind of spin a thought over and over. Yeah. How does that, I just run an idea through my head and see its ultimate conclusion. I mean, is that like but does that relate to escapism, like you were kind of talking about? Or like, is this something else? Kind of mush them in together. Yeah, because the word caught me because I don't have much of a, don't know if it's the correct exact definition, but I'd classify that in. Okay, yeah, because like I see something like the kind of psychology of Dungeons and Dragons being a form of like positive reinforcement of escapism, in a way. But yeah, it's not as clear to me what you're describing as the way you embody that, and how that relates. Because yeah, it seems like you just have a very clear sensibility, which maybe I do too. Because I said I don't really relate to escapism that much, because I feel like I have a very clear sense of how all these things relate and the way I use tools and the way I manifest myself through these tools. then I don't feel the need to escape, to experiment and find other ways of being, you know? Because escapism in this positive form, it's experimenting with other ways of being, other ways of interacting that aren't your typical in that way, you know? So if you have a typical mode and you're very comfortable and strong in that mode, maybe escapism isn't something that happens. And so maybe this conversation just becomes not that interesting for the two of us. But it could be really useful to someone else. Because I was talking about do you know the philosopher Michel Foucault? He gave this set of lectures in France near the end of his life, and one of them is called Hermeneutics of the Subject. No, you're good. Hermeneutics of the Subject, and in it, it's a lecture they gave, so it's very free flowing. It's not super dense, but it's long because it was lectures over the course of an entire school year, and it's basically a study of a subject. And the main thing it centers around is like knowing oneself, to care for oneself, and knowing oneself and knowing others to care for others. So it's about knowledge and care, and how knowledge and care relate to how we're able to do that within our own subject, and how we're able to put that on. Yeah, Michel Foucault. Yeah, Hermeneutics of the Subject, and how we're able to relate our knowledge and care of ourself to others. Yeah, that is correct. I typed in the name of the book up a little further up in the chat if you can see it. Yeah, and this idea of knowledge and care of the self in Hermeneutics of the Subject, he draws a lot from like Neoplatonism. Yeah. Jordan Peterson doesn't like Foucault. I don't like Jordan Peterson, so I'm one of those postmodern neoliberal Marxists he talks about. Maybe, I doubt it. Yeah, Peterson is very critical of that standpoint for sure. That's another conversation, I guess. But I liked what you said. I liked what we were talking about in relation to Foucault, because this lecture he gave, the Hermeneutics of the Subject, it's basically talking about ways we reflect ourselves and others, and that your game. This brought me back to your game. In your game, you're talking about your own experience with fear and failure of fear, fear of failing, and how and not for it not to be a fear necessarily, for it to be something to like learn from and gain from, and how you want to express that idea to others. And so you have to not only understand your perception of fear and failure and that relationship you've had to it, but ways you can understand others and bring them in and care for them and show them a way to go about doing that's meaningful. That's a lot. That's like huge. I mean, he did this whole. I think the lecture was really beautiful. I read it for it took me like a month and a half to read the whole thing. I wasn't reading it all the time, but it's pretty big. It's a good 400, 500 pages. Yeah, I mean, but other people, there's an understanding there that other people fear failure, or they see failure as a negative thing, because they're looking to succeed all the time. As you said, if you're looking to succeed, then you won't get the game. So you have to have an understanding of that fear, or that people's inclination to not be available for failure, because people could easily fail and then turn it off, shut the game off, tune themselves out and not get that perception. But how do you bring them in to failure being an accessible part of their experience? And that takes a good amount of knowing how you were able to do that for yourself, how you created a sense of care for yourself by understanding failure in this way, to give it to them, to relay that to, and that's sharing. That's all this stuff. Getting over it. I'll write that down. Bennett Foddy, getting over it. Yeah, if you... He also talks about the ready-made by... Yeah, Yeah, that makes sense to me that he would mention that. And how his game has made with ready-made art assets from the Unity game engine store. Exactly, yeah. Interesting. Yeah, I mean that's funny. Like you can instantly draw. I mean, we're not gonna have to draw. We don't have to draw out what that might mean, but just kind of like getting over it and then having this like ready-made insert. Just you telling me these two things, I can instantly make some kind of network of being like, you already have all you need to get over it or whatever. You know, there's something funny about that already. And I don't know the game, so maybe that's missing the point entirely. But that little 2 nodes you gave me instantly fed me into this kind of like. Everything is available to get over it, which could be funny if that's what he meant. It's another rage game about failure. Hilarious, yeah. And maybe he's tapping into something, this kind of thing, like using ready-mades are kind of expressing failure. If failure is already what's happening, maybe failure is all you need to get past something, to get over it. I mean, I'm hitting the nail on the head hard here. I love that there's a whole genre of rage games about overcoming failure as an obstacle. I'm into that. Yeah, if you end up reading that Foucault at all, I don't expect you to read the whole thing unless you really dig it. I'd be curious to hear any thoughts you get if you kind of skim through it or take a quick look. I'm sure you can find a PDF online somewhere since it is just a set of lectures. Shouldn't be too hard to find. Yeah, I'd be curious to hear anything you get from it. I think it was really nourishing for me. It helped me a lot. Yeah, I loved it. It was really impactful. I think if I'm to be short and sweet about my synopsis of, because we brought up Jordan Peterson briefly, it's this, that he relegates certain energies as the right or the wrong energies, is my only like disparaging aspect of him. He's definitely trying to curate, bring in a certain kind of energy, promote a certain kind of possibility. And the possibility he tries to promote isn't necessarily like a useless one. It clearly can be quite useful. It has been for quite a few people. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, he gives positive lectures. He has lots of good things to say. He says a lot of very nourishing things. Exactly, yeah, and in that respect, the parallel identity, I agree with him in a lot of those things. Like, identity politics is like horrid in a lot of ways, but this kind of negation that he does of like stepping on other ways of thinking as a means of promoting his own ways of thinking, it gets difficult. And like I understand, there's like he has a sake of responsibility. He has a sake of lack of trust because he's seen things happen and he's like, no, I can't trust people to have these powers. I've learned a lot from The Great Leap Forward and The Purges, and let me tell you, it gets ugly. Yeah. Have you now? My parents also fled from an authoritarian dictator most don't even know about. I thought you were kidding at first, but now I'm here. General Than Shui. I mean, if you want to tell me about it, I'm curious. You have my attention. Seems interesting. Myanmar, yeah. Wrong think, yeah. Say wheel about JP. At least he got a dead center. Oh, of course, yeah, exactly. Like I don't think because I would be committing some like problems. Yeah. Of course, I think it asks hard questions. It asks questions of the responsibility of being on a platform, the responsibility of curating a certain social space, and he has all those powers. Yeah, of course. Yeah, psychology and the DSM, all that. Yeah, that's all super wild. That's a whole other thing. But I think the only thing because you can get into that's a part of it. He touches on so many different spaces. You can go down so many loopholes of why or why not he's problematic or not. Exactly. Yeah, statistics are great. The only thing that I think every 2.3 people think statistics are great out of 100. And this kind of like knowing he has a platform. The meandering's cool. Bring it on. The kind of platform he knows he has, and he uses that platform to be persuasively anti certain modes of thinking. It just makes him a politician in a way that's unfortunate. Because but that's all I really think I need to say. It makes me engage in his energies less. That I have to wade through so much of this kind of like political negation that he functions in, which makes it less engaging for me. I can go somewhere else to read about Dostoevsky, or I have other platforms that talk about identity politics and their like negativity that aren't wading through all of his kind of like stances of what he thinks the world should be. He just ends up wasting my time, honestly, which is strange to say. He's a smart dude. But, yeah. Because I think like oddly enough, if you go and read Foucault at all, you'll find that he's, and that's probably Peterson's biggest criticism of him, is that he's very open to perspectives. Oh yeah. The repeating's fine because he engages in so many different forms. There's only so many things he can say, and I think repetition creates different constellations of meaning depending on where you repeat it around what. So the repetitions become their own form of like integrity about the meaning of the ideas. So yeah, repetition's cool. It's just kind of like repeating a concept in different spaces is an important part of understanding the relation of that concept. Yeah, he's really into Carl Jung. Yeah, Carl Jung, Jung. Jung is all about the archetypes, and Peterson's really into Jung and these archetypes. So if you're curious about that, Jung's someone to look into. For sure. Archetypes are really important to him. It's been good. I've been reading a book called Tuning, Timbre, Spectrum, Scale by a guy named Satharis. It's basically a physics / music book where like he talks about the kind of physical spectrum of different sound making objects and how we can construct useful musical relationships out of that. A lot of dense like spectrogram reading, a lot of like function analysis of different phase and wave patterns, and relating that to different performance practices, like how do you translate that to possible instruments. A lot of it ends up being electronic, a lot of it ends up being synthesis oriented, like using computers and softwares, but other cultures have done this in different ways, like Indonesian gamelan, stuff like that, where they like the kinds of metal they have and the kinds of ways they shape that metal creates a certain kind of resonance, and they've learned to tune their instruments to match that resonance. So it's a matter of matching a certain tuning system or a certain scale to a certain spectrum of like timbres and sound qualities. And he just spends the book talking about all these different relationships from a very he's an engineer, he's not a musician. He did like an engineering degree at Cornell back in the 80s, and he teaches engineering at a university now. Oh yeah, you can listen to Balinese gamelan. There's other kinds of gamelan, but Balinese gamelan is really popular. Yeah, gamelan. The instruments will have a certain kind of resonance and a certain kind of like sound to them that, when used in certain frequency spectrums, will fuse together better. And a lot of cultures do this by ear, so it's not like anything new. He's just basically saying that we can harness what we've intuitively done in different parts of the world over hundreds and thousands of years. We can start to harness how that works using technology, resources, and be intentional about the possibilities of like other world musics, so to say. You know, like you take a certain sound, like he did. He took a crystal, like, because crystals don't make sounds, but he shined a light through a crystal, certain different kinds of crystals like bismuth, stuff like that, to see the periodicity of the light waves that go through it, and then taking the information from that light wave and then transporting that into a frequency magnitude spectrum and letting the refraction from that light wave become the basis for a frequency magnitude spectrum that he then translated to synthesize instruments using computers to show ways that like you can make a whole new like rock music. It's like different crystals will have different properties that will create different kinds of permutations. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, and he talks a bit about because in the book, at the minimum, it's a huge tome. It's not this self-serving theorem that he just kind of invents. I mean, it does serve as that, but he did a really good job at doing his homework. So throughout the book, you get tons and tons and tons, which I think is the engineer/mathematics part of him. You get tons of historical back data of different people who've explored this space. Like it felt like he didn't leave a single stone unturned into who's been in any of these spaces, and gives huge bibliographies and footnotes, and not just like read this book, it seems to be relevant, but he's really read all of these books and talks about them quite fluidly. So it's a huge undertaking what he did. It really synthesized things because I got a research grant a couple years ago to live in Finland, and I lived in Helsinki for a year doing research in microtonal music and electronic music. So like that was like my scholarly work was this kind of work, and like I know most of what he's talking about. His book is pretty hidden. It's not a well-known book, even in the field. Like I was doing good research in the field and getting money and grants to do this, and I had never heard his name before. He's just kind of like a little diamond in the rough, and like I came across this book and it blew my mind because most of the resources I used he also knows about, and he showed me a few more I had never seen, and it was just wild. He really made a beautiful piece of like work that's not just research and academic fluff, but he really gave me a lot of instigations as a creative, as a composer, as like a person who makes music. Since he's not a composer himself, he kind of just like facilitated the space, and I'm trying to enter the space because I think it's a lot of good ideas what he has to say. There's this group called Autechre. I don't know if you've heard of them. They have an album called Elsek. Their album Elsek by Autechre. It's there's 5 of them. They did 5 albums called Elsek. But I would listen to the track Mesh. If you listen to one track, Mesh Scenario Autechre. Yeah, that one track. I think I have no proof, but I think some of the sound design, because they're an electronic duo from the United Kingdom, and I think some of the sound design they do relates in my ears to the kind of things that this guy talks about. I don't know how familiar they are or if it's just like a happy accident, but that track specifically really, for me, really checks off some of the boxes of the kinds of weird sculpting of timbres. My lecture from interactive media, listening in the background. Oh, okay, your interactive media lecture was into the kind of like weird electronic music. Albanoto, yeah. Albanoto, Pansonic, Ryoshi Ikeda, yeah, Yeah. Ikeda's cool. I definitely know the kind of stuff that he's talking about. I think Autechre is a bit more multiplicitous in the kind of things they do. All the artists you mentioned and like their work is a bit more specific and highly structured in their specificity. This one Autechre track will not tell you what Autechre sounds like. Some of them are really dancey, 4 on the floor. Some of them are loud and noisy. Some of them are this kind of like subdued, spacey energy. I just think this specific track really brings out some of that, some of the spectrum and tuning ideas that I got from the book I'm reading. Yeah. Cool. I mean, Oddtiger is one of my favorite musical experiences. Period. I love them so much. But yeah. So that's how my week's been. I've spent my week just reading that book pretty much all week. Here are my notes. I've taken pages and pages of notes about this book. That's page 1. Here's page 2. I like to draw pictures while I do it because it's like, I don't know, this helps me stay focused. I had to change my pens. My other pen ran out of ink, so I had to change pens, so the drawing changes a bit. But this one I drew a pig on. This page isn't done yet. I'm in chapter 9, but I drew a pig on this page. And that's as far as I've gotten so far. But yeah, so taking notes is an important part of me for reading. I love doing it. I mean, even I'm taking notes here right now. Like this is, I think you've already seen this. This is from today so far. What notes I've gotten from people said. All of your recommendations are over here on this little thing. Are all the recommendations for the games you told me to check out and the books. Yeah. So taking all those notes helps me a lot. Because I do this every day from 9 to 5, and people have asked me how I'm able to stay focused or how I'm able to like engage and remember all these things. And I don't really go back and read the notes. They're kind of just like mnemonic devices. I just kind of have a few words, create a constellation of energy around a certain idea, and then when I go back to it, games like Jump King and Getting Over It incorporate anti-design. What do you mean? And incorporate ideas that are usually frowned upon in games. Oh, okay. Yeah. I mean, you talked a little bit about this last week. Well, 2 weeks ago now. Yeah, which is like it reminds me of like Jackson Pollock, because it's kind of like people would always get mad that like as an artist he didn't know his craft, and so he's just throwing paint on a canvas. The game I was making was a roguelike, which means that if you don't collect all 3 areas and quit, you'll start at the beginning of the next time. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Yeah, there's a sensibility of like mastering an energy so you can be outside of that energy. And like you have to facilitate a certain kind of mastery, put that in quotes, whatever that means, to be able to facilitate these kinds of experiences readily. So you have to know, as the designer, all these pitfalls and ways to not let them be pitfalls, so you can pitfall them in a way that's successful, meaningful, frustrating, you know? Like, you have to know a space well to deviate from the space effectively, for sure. I think that's missed a lot, though. You get these very protest-like energies where people want to deviate from a space or do something different in a certain space, whether it's Dungeons and Dragons or whatever. And they try and deviate before they understand what the space is, and then that deviation doesn't really add to much because they're not deviating. They're just implanting something that may or may not be useful, which is funny to me. It's interesting because there is a sensitivity towards protest. Protest is its own kind of a cultivation of understanding. How many games have you made? Do all your games kind of explore this intersection? That like exploring failure or something like this?
Yeah. Yes, this is your biggest project. Huh. That's cool. Have you, one of them was a forklift tower defense game, another one was a first-person puzzle game. Yeah. And, so they were less social in this way. They were more, they were almost like problem-solving games where you were just trying to like, even as a creator, you're looking to problem solve, figuring out how game making works. Yeah. Yeah, you kind of like just sandboxing, exploring, so to say. Yeah, that's cool. Yeah, because I think that leap is hard. If you're coming from the exploration, creativity side, sometimes it's hard to make that a social endeavor. And some people that are very social have a hard time injecting creativity and exploration, and they get in these kind of like social tribal zones of just like, yeah, and that bridging that gap seems really difficult. Like, it seems like there's a gap there between those things. I have like a little constellation. I don't know where it is. Oh, here it is actually. Let's fold it up a little bit, give you a chance to look at it. I'm really into the elements. The elements are really important to me, just like the 4 elements. And I don't know if you can read this at all. Can you read that? This is like a really rudimentary version of something I've been working on. Yeah. But I kind of consolidate like air. Air is creativity. Fire is kind of desire, like our ability to do. Earth is like culture and history. And water is people. But everything changed. I've never seen Avatar, but I know what you're referring to. Yeah. So this idea that yeah, I've had so many people recommend it to me. That's how I know about it. It's on my list, definitely. I've heard some really lovely things about it. But it's interesting because this social gap, because like if I consider people water. I saw this movie by this guy named Tarkovsky. It's called Nostalgia. In the background of one of the scenes, there's this happening. There's this written on the wall while this guy's walking by. During one of the scenes where it's like raining. He's in a house, but it's like kind of like the roof is leaky and there's rain coming in from outside, and on the back it just says 1 + 1 = 1. And that made me think of water, because a drop of rain plus a drop of rain is still kind of looks like just one drop of water, because that's just water's properties of organizing in that way. And so I consider people to be like water. The most we can be like people is when we are consuming ourselves into and congealing into a group. So like personhood is related to water insofar as how we organize ourselves with other people, and that's very anti-exploration, very anti-creative, because you're kind of like conforming and congealing to a space. So this balance between congealing in a social person way and not being water and going these other ways of like air, because air is the creativity. I kind of do you like Miyazaki? Yeah. Not gas. That's super cool. Yeah. Gas is definitely, and gas is a transient state. I need to think about gas a little bit. That's been on my mind because gas is a kind of a transient state between water and air and all those things. Exactly. That's super cool. Because I think like Miyazaki, his first real Ghibli film was Nausicaa, Valley of the Wind, and then his last one was The Wind Rises. And Semi-Borg Mind that fluctuates. Yeah, exactly. I think that's how I relate to people and water. But it's interesting you called it gas. I like that a lot. Sentient gas species. Yeah, The Wind Rises was my first Miyazaki. It was my favorite. But if you go watch Nausicaa, Valley of the Wind, and then watch Wind Rises again, just watch how he treats the wind in both of those movies. He's very intentional with the wind because it's in the title of both movies. But the relationship of the characters to the wind, Solaris, Solaris. That's Tarkovsky, interesting. And like, so thinking about how air is this creative force and how Earth is like this cultural force. Earth is what we explore, right? Because I would consider Earth to be the exploration part of this. I'd consider creativity to be the wind part of this, and social interaction to be the water part. Fire's not really fire's kind of what makes all this possible to happen. Fire's the energy, the movement, but in a way. But the relationship between these things is super wild to me, and the biggest gap is the gap between water and everything else. Water separates. It separates land masses. Water kind of dumps on fire and like extinguishes it, and like water's relationship to air is a funny one. It can become gas, and then there's this transitive property between them, but it takes a lot of effort to do that. One element that's not really explored to the modern age is plasma. I don't really have a relationship with plasma. Hit me up. I do not know where to go with that. I haven't thought. Plasma, dark matter. Yeah, dark matter makes sense to me, just because the nature of it. But plasma is one I haven't thought much about at all. I don't even know where to begin thinking about plasma. It's how the sun is able to burn in a plasma is a superheated gas from what I remember. It's how the sun is able to burn in a vacuum. I didn't know that. So plasma is this kind of like stabilizing agent. It allows a certain type of energy to perpetuate. Scientists are now competing between I-Tier and the Steriliter to see who can sustain fusion for a longer period of time. I don't know what half of those words mean. I know what a scientist is, and I know what competition is. I'm going to go grab a cookie because I'm a little hungry. I just want to get a little snack in me, but I'll be right back. I don't know what any of these things are. Tokamak reactor. Allows particles to cross into each other more with less fuel wasting. Got it. Okay. What is the other thing? What is the ITER? The way. And what does it do that's different? From the tokamak and the stellarator. Yeah, okay. So we're just looking for, we're using these machines as ways to try and control plasma, right? Is that the idea? Like finding ways to manipulate and control plasma so we can create these kinds of vehicles for perpetuation? So, because that's basically what we're talking about, right? Plasma being the ability to perpetuate a certain energy without the need for instigation of energy. Huh. That's interesting. That's super interesting. Yeah, the sun is not fire. Yeah. I mean, I didn't know anything about plasma until you said something. That's super interesting to me. I mean, it raises interesting questions about like the nature of perceived metaphors and a metaphor's effect on our experience versus like the case or the facts or like what people have decided to be the most accurate assessment. So there's the bridge between accuracy and utility in a pragmatic sense is wild here, because like, yeah, as you said, people relegate the sun to being fire, heat of this very particular kind, and trying to relegate it as plasma would be a different metaphorical experience. In the mid, yeah. Well, I mean, dark matter is already pretty much there. Plasma is still something that I think, at least in my experience, is relegated as like a tool of sci-fi, you know? Plasma is not really, it's like a high-level scientist thing that nobody really knows what's happening with it, or it's like a science fiction tool. But yeah, dark matter is something people, at least like, I've heard people say like, as something that is understood as existing, or at least a misunderstood existence. My partner made peanut butter miso cookies, so I'm having one. Peanut butter miso cookie for me. And they bought me a sunflower. Do you see my beautiful sunflower? I'm so happy to have it. Having a flower on my desk has been great. Yeah, I see it. how do you, I mean, because this balance is really important to me. This balance between, I mean, I'm talking about the 4 elements as this metaphor. I'm talking about how we balance, like, creativity, desire, people, and the culture around us. Those as 4 distinct things, and the way we organize ourselves with and around them. I don't know, how do you deal with that? Do you struggle with that? How do you face it? It's something I think about all the time, something I'm constantly wrestling with. Not necessarily in like a struggle way, but something I'm always very aware of and like tangibly trying to be meaningful about the way I do it. Because I think sometimes we can forget or misplace or devalue an aspect that maybe we shouldn't. Yeah. Yeah, no, cool, yeah. I'm definitely curious about that crafting, though. Like, what are we crafting? How are we crafting it? Clearly, we have to engage with the tools we have, and I'm calling those tools these 4 elements. You can call them whatever you want. You don't have to subscribe to my metaphors for this conversation. Change it to whatever you need. Yeah. And I think it relates directly to what like the subject is, right? Like I think it is a matter of how we balance these elements, the way we play with them, and the way we engage with them. Yeah. Even if you and I have no idea what Dungeons and Dragons is about. I need some water. I'm gonna go to the restroom real quick, but I'll be right back to see what you got. Basically focusing on lifting loads to cope with life. Basically, or creating things. Yeah, but this coping. Yeah, what are you coping with? I think, I guess I'm asking for you to be really specific, maybe. But this high level of specificity is kind of, it's where I'm at. Like how do you focus? What kind of loads are you focusing on? What are you coping with? Yeah. You can call this chaos is kind of, it's very Nietzsche. Yeah, Nietzsche is very much talking about this kind of chaos and this nihilism in a way. But even though Peterson is a bit negative on Nietzsche, but because for me the balance is clearly, for me the balance is creativity, my ability to have desires and passions, the culture and the world and the history I'm coming out of, and the people I'm currently entangled with. Yeah. I mean, maybe fighting is not the best word, because I don't think of it for myself as a struggle. I think it's like because I mean, like you said, you're coming to some balances. You're going to this artivity thing that's letting you be social, and the addiction being the creative thing, the like drawing and making, is kind of what you've come to cope with. Was there a point in your life where like was there a point in your life where this kind of need to create negated your ability to succeed in a space, to do anything, to do meaningful things? Was it a point of contention at some point in your life? Wow. Like what I'm having a hard time wrapping myself around it. It's like what do you, how was it a struggle? Like what happened? Yeah, what kind of like repercussions did you have? So like just like biological, physical problems manifested because you were incapable. Yeah, social spaces, biological spaces. Yeah, because you had this burning desire, right, to be creative, that you didn't do much else. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, but so I mean, making the game makes sense to me. How you relegate this, like, the chatting part is interesting to me. Like, how do you factor chatting in, when all you want to do is draw? Because the game makes sense. The drawings go into the game, and you feel like there's a meaning for all of the hypergraphia. But how do you pull yourself away to chat? How do you pull yourself away to consume other mediums? How do you pull yourself away as a means of creating that balance? So you're not just constantly creating, that you are exploring. Yeah, because I mean, there's a lot of coding and programming and stuff like that. Yeah. How did you cultivate a space in which you could meaningfully pull yourself away from these addictions? Yeah, all the grinding, for sure. It is impossible. It's impossible to succeed. Thank you. which one's a resource of time? The drawing or the other things you're doing? Okay, so you rationalized in a way that you could find something to do that was more useful. Yeah, you found something that was more useful that you could reasonably say, this will occupy my time better, which allowed you to kind of negate drawing as this impulse. Because you were like, I can do something better with my time. I can function with the energy I have more efficiently going down this road rather than answering to my compulsion. I mean, that's a strong rationalization to make, though. Like, some people wouldn't be able to rationalize themselves away from an addiction, from something they were really passionate about, having this kind of desire to do. They wouldn't always be able to rationalize themselves out of it to do other things. Like, that would be difficult for quite a lot of people to do that. They wouldn't be able to come up with good reasons, more or less, to not continue doing the thing they were already doing. Even if the reasons are good, they just may not be good to them. It's Friday, good morning. Hey, Tooth Fairy. This is kind of what we're talking about. Me and Human Robot are in the middle of it. We're not talking about Dungeons and Dragons specifically because neither of us have ever played, but that's the topic that was voted on. Dungeons and Dragons, exploration, social interaction, and creativity. And me and Human Robot here have kind of taken it down the pathway of how we balance our creativities and our explorations with our social interactions and how all those things mesh together. That's kind of been our vibe so far today. Playing with those three things and seeing how we interact with them. But if you've got Dungeons and Dragons stories, tell as many as you want. I'm here to learn about it. I'm here to hear about it. But yeah, Human Robot, definitely interested to hear about, because some people wouldn't be able to rationalize themselves away from a certain compulsion. So it's interesting that you were able to do that seemingly so readily. Or was it a struggle? I've only played the game. What you played it? You played it 100% more times than me or Human Robot combined. So you're killing it. Did you enjoy it? Did you not enjoy it? What was your experience? I think it's okay. So it was a struggle at some point. The curbing, yeah. So it's a work in progress, kind of using rationality and like reason to squash down this compulsion. It's just pretty violent. It's a pretty aggressive thing to live through. I mean, I'm romanticizing it for sure. Maybe it doesn't feel that aggressive day to day, but it is difficult. Some people could be really emotionally caught up in that like repression, because it is a form of repression and like reevaluating. Because repression is not always a bad thing. It's like escapism. It's kind of how you want to relegate your identity and the way you want to play with that and the way you want to be. That's wild. But yeah, it takes a lot of resilience and willpower to understand that like you did. Because I could see it going the other direction, you know? Some people would just like... yeah. Some people would just stop drawing entirely, you know? They would like... they were like, this is ruining my life. I'm addicted to this thing that's no good for me, that's not useful. And they would like go somewhere else. Hola! And they would just stop engaging in that activity full stop and then trying to find something more meaningful to do with their life. Like how many young people grow up learning an instrument, quit playing that instrument because the world tells them that it won't make them any money, and then years later they're sad because they were reasonable and they took other paths in life instead of finding a way to relegate a balance in this delicate, because it is a balance. You're having to you're like teasing the demon, but you want it. And it's interesting. How's it going, Ola? Or Koku 0, COQU 0. We're talking about Dungeons and Dragons. We're talking about exploration, social interaction, creativity, any and all of those things combined in any order. Oh man, I do not speak Spanish. I don't. I'm sorry. Or Portuguese. I think that's Portuguese. Yeah, looks like Portuguese. I don't speak it. I can tell that it looks like Portuguese, but I'm sorry. I need to find a way to deal with that. Language barriers. That's tough. I'm a stupid American who knows one language. I know a bit of Finnish from living in Finland for a year, but like it's not that practical of a language to know. Yeah. Thanks for talking to him, human robot. I don't really have access to my Google Translate here, so I appreciate you telling him. Thank you. Have you heard of the guy Matthew Silver? No. I'm writing the name down because I have not. I didn't expect to encounter a language barrier. That's silly. I feel bad that I didn't kind of I wasn't prepared to deal with language barriers like that. Okay, street performer in New York City. Oh, okay, yeah, I've seen this guy. I didn't know his name. Yeah, I've seen these videos. Are you telling me that what about them? All right. See you in a bit, human robot. Enjoy your food. Yeah, I'm glad to be here. I'm glad you showed up. I appreciate your energies. Plasma, man. I got to think about Plasma. Think about his social interactions. Thinking. He's odd and expresses himself in a way that is so outside the norm. Yeah, that's for sure. People would say that about him. Most people will look at him weird, but you know he's not worrying about money or what others think. He's enjoying his life and creativity. Yeah, definitely. Like you said about how people will not pursue their passion because it won't make them money. Yeah. Yeah. It's yeah, how do you find yourself struggling with this balance between like interacting? Most people are afraid to explore. Yeah, explore. Exploration, creativity. they tend to be relegated off to a space that isn't about social interaction. And I'm super interested about this intersection. And the person who brought up Dungeons and Dragons felt that it was really, I mean, people asked for it, people voted for it, that's why it's here. I didn't choose it because I don't know. And they said that Dungeons and Dragons was a great outlet for them to do all of this in a really meaningful way. Socially interact in a space that allowed them to explore and create in a way they felt unashamed by, which was lovely. But like, what about you? Do you feel like you struggle to balance any creative or explorative urges you have with your ability to interact socially while doing so? And like, yeah, what's the balance there for you, if there is one? I know you don't necessarily. I remember you don't necessarily like to say as much about yourself, which is okay if that's all I have to say. But like, yeah, definitely. I think he's a really great example of that. Like a really good example of, and it's strange how people treat him because like I now that you know who you're talking about, people kind of like commodify his output. It's kind of just like they use him as a spectacle. They watch him, you know. They don't like hold his hand. They don't join him. They might support it. They might be like, wow, he's so good. He's so like alive. He's so awake. He's so passionate and pursuing his own things. But then they kind of just like look at him from a distance. They're kind of like, whoa, like he's on a stage as some spectacle rather than just like joining hands with him, living with him. Because they are, like you said, they're afraid. They're afraid of what it would be like to hang out with him, you know? Hey Alex, you're on speakerphone. You're in the chat on speakerphone. What's up? Oh, guess not. Friend of mine was calling. Must have been an accident. Yeah. Definitely curious what you'd have to say, Tooth Fairy, for sure. And I think, I mean, it'd be interesting to like talk about like why people are afraid or like what makes them afraid and like, I mean, because we get to obvious answers like important ones. They're obvious, but they're important. It's like afraid of being left out, loneliness. Social interaction is important. This connectivity between people it's valuable. Comparison is the thief of joy. I'll write it down. It can go on the page for the day. You're right. When you look at social media and the things people post when you're watching a version of someone else's life, to know that you're watching something that is really truly just entertainment. You're not seeing someone else's reality because no matter how beautiful, how rich, or how wonderful the life can seem, we all deal with the same bullshit in life. Some just have more followers, subscribers, and able to just share their less partially fictionalized versions of themselves. And know that it's entertainment. Know that it's not reality. And with that, never compare someone else's fictional lifestyle to their own reality because happiness equals reality minus expectation. Yeah, no, that's lovely. No, definitely. I mean, you said a lot about social media there. Like, obviously, we're on a social media platform, but I don't use social media like at all, like ever. I don't have a Facebook. I don't have an Instagram. I don't have any of that stuff. And so my ability to speak to any of those experiences is limited But I mean, you definitely seem like you have more insight than I do, which is great. I'd love to hear about it. And like, I mean, me using this Twitch platform is strange for me. I'm not because like social media is not my thing, and I'm not interested in presenting this. Because as you say, it's meant to be a fictionalized version of entertainment, and like my attempt here is not that entertaining. It's very not fictionalized. This is a real sunflower that my partner bought me. That's a real tree we had. Like, I'm being funny, but like, yeah, I'm just sitting here trying to talk to people about things that they care about and things that matter to them and things they find meaningful, which leads to things that I have no idea about. Dungeons and Dragons. I have no idea. And yeah, and it's hard because I get people that come here and I sense that they want to be entertained, that there's this social expectation that this is not a reality, that this is some kind of like game I'm putting on or some stage show. But this is a pretty cool looking stage design, so whatever. Yeah, and it's crazy. How I'm not trying to be entertainment here, because I mean, I know you weren't just talking about this space, but it makes me think about it because this is the social media space I know. Yeah, the perception of what someone's reality is and how they choose to facilitate that is wildly like misconstrued in a lot of spaces. And presentation is not just an internet thing, as you're probably pointing out. It's kind of like expectations happen everywhere. It's just crazy where we live in now. So many people only do things to chase the likes, the shares. I think they become blinded by starting to forget about the things they actually care about and fuels their life. Yeah. So you're saying there's this, I mean, basically you're saying they're predicating this huge value on social interaction, and then they end up sacrificing exploration and creativity, like almost entirely. They stop exploring what they find meaningful. They stop creating a fuel for their life. They end up just like kind of dogmatically asserting social interaction as this primary, and how do we keep circumventing social interaction as a primary. Human Robot, the guy who was here earlier, mentioned plasma. Kudos to the odd, the strange, the people that stand out, like Matthew Silver. Yeah, definitely. He definitely has those energies, and I remember when I first saw him, I appreciated it a lot. Even though him and I have similar hair, maybe I thought when you first sent the video and I clicked on it, I thought you were just gonna comment on how our hair were a little similar, and thank you. Yeah, I feel it. I feel the earnesty. It means a lot. Really, thank you a lot. Yeah. It's hard. It is hard.